Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is, um, it is Thursday, an unusual day for a stream, but hear me out, we're doing one. Um, how you doing? How's the volume? Seems like, this game, sometimes the volume goes loud. Oh, but I'm way high. Okay. Yeah. No worries. No worries. Okay, so what this stream is? Let's talk about that real fast. This is a Game Pass stream, which is a type of stream that I've done many a times. It's one of my go-to recurring structures, formats, where basically I play a bunch of Game Pass games for the first time, sight unseen. And today, the reason for it is clear. Doom: The Dark Ages just came out. We're gonna check that out, but also I got a load of other games loaded up here. Can I just... Okay, hang on. I do this and go to My Games and Apps, see all, then go down to groups, and then scroll down, and here we are. Here's all the Game Pass games that I have on this Xbox. My Xbox is just perpetually loaded up with Game Pass games that I have not found time to try, because we don't do these streams that often, and we don't get through that many games per stream. But like you can see, we have our options cut out for us tonight. Highlights, specific ones that I think we're gonna hit. Patrick Star game is relatively recent. Came out relatively recently. That's definitely on the table tonight. I'm gonna say that one is a lock for sure. I think Revenge of the Savage Planet sounds like it could be something that we should look at. It's also relatively new. I've heard a lot of great things about Dredge over the years. Dredge is definitely one that's high on my list. I think I remember seeing some stuff from Shady Part of Me. That sounds like a good one to pick out. Let's see now. Blizzard Arcade kind of makes me curious, considering that I was big into Blizzard, the last decade, and there's a lot of these older games that I've never played, so could absolutely check those out. Nine Souls. That one. I just watched a video yesterday from Yahtzee Croshaw, at Second Wind, and he mentioned in that video about Souls-likes that Nine Souls was sort of a Souls-like that he liked a lot. It kind of looked a bit like a Hollow Knight type game, so I'm curious about that just from the 2 seconds I saw. Some of these higher games could be interesting. I didn't try the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's now a new Teenage Ninja Turtles that we could check out, as well as like plenty of other games. We have loads of options, is what I'm driving at, and like we'll bounce around and we'll try out a bunch of them tonight. My hope is to try out a whole fucking bunch. That is to say, like, I don't know, 5 to 10, somewhere in that range. Like, for sure, Doom and Patrick Star, for sure. But also, like, I feel like we should follow our guts. I should follow my guts. If y'all have any suggestions, anything you want to see, let me know throughout the stream, and I'll, like, we'll pick it out. Obviously I don't have here things that I have tried before and deleted, as well as, I'm sure there's stuff on Game Pass itself that I haven't, these are 50 games from Game Pass, but Game Pass has so many games that, like, yeah, there's probably stuff I don't got here that I could try, and maybe we'll see that stuff eventually. Asphalt Legends Unite looks like kind of a garbage, trash game. It's sort of a reject racing game. I don't know. We could look at that. We could look at Joe Ride Short Turbo. We could look at Feeding Frenzy. I'll say the title of the stream has new, and it has an asterisk next to new, because, like, the thing is, new to me is the key. So we can do Fusion Frenzy, because I've never played it, even though it is a game from 30 years ago now. 25 years ago? Yeah, like from 25 years ago. Jeez. Bill Gates' favorite game. So we have lots of options, lots of things to try, lots of things to consider. I will say, if anyone's watching the VOD, feel free to jump ahead if you want to see a specific game and you're looking at the timestamps. The timestamps are there for a reason. Also, I gotta say a few things up top, which is, because this week is a weird one, and also stuff is going on. So let's where's Doom again? Where the fuck is Doom? I want to get back into Doom real fast before I talk. Hey, Rock Party. Before we get into anything, before we get into Doom, let me just say, like, hey, birthday stream is on Saturday. That's right. It is Thursday now. Tomorrow we'll have a got the calendar right here. Tomorrow we'll have a viewer level stream, albeit a shorter one than usual. I am going to start that in the lightning round, so hopefully it'll be 2-3 hours tops rather than 4 or 5 hours, which is what we usually do. But the main event will be on Saturday, and that will be a whole big stream. I have a promo here. I am playing Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, and I'm switching games every 5 lives. That is the conceit. That is a conceit I've done before for other pairs of games or other sets of games. It is a fun conceit to have, and I think that'll be a good stream that, quite honestly, I've done birthday streams, obviously, every year. But, I feel like this stream is going to be one that you can look at, when it's not my birthday, and still have a good time and watch, back later. It won't be like, oh, it's a birthday stream, I watch along from the past. Nah, it's gonna be first and foremost, it's a Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 playthrough with a fun conceit that adds a little bit of stakes on it. And also there's some sub-goals, you can see there. And I have a thing here that lists them all. Here's the plan for sub-goals. So recently I've been doing a whole playthrough series where I've been doing random rare games as playthroughs, and we're down to the last 2 of those. But the idea is now we can add some more ones. So right now all we have left for that is Conker's Bad Fur Day and a mystery game. And as you can see here, we will have the opportunity to add a bunch of more games, such as Donkey Kong Country, the Game Boy Color version, Live and Reloaded, a second version of Conker's Bad Fur Day, Donkey Kong Land 1, 2, and 3 as a set, Donkey Kong 64, Conker's Pocket Tales, which is a game I've never played. For the 30 slot, I decided to make it a twofer. Diddy Kong Racing and Banjo Pilot. Those will be separate spots on the wheel, but they will, be unlocked as a pair. And finally, DKC2 and DKC3 on their hardest modes, and I'll do that in on the actual hardware if I can, if I can get that working. I got a SNES, I got copies of those games. If they still work, I will absolutely capture it with my retro tank and my brand new retro tank and make it look all nice and sharp. And that'll be without checkpoints, without Diddy Kong barrels. And I don't know if you start with Diddy Kong or if you're just one hit and you die for the entire both of those games. But I'm very I think that'd be a nice way to end this whole feature. And I'll say if that gets met, that will be the final playthrough. The 2 of those back to back will be the finale of random rare playthroughs. Yeah. Also, if we hit super big high stretch goal of 60, of 50, then we will do Sonic 06 full campaign, and that'll be on a different day that I usually don't stream on. I was thinking maybe I could try to do a Saturday morning thing and do a few hours every Saturday until we get through Sonic 06. So that is my thought there. If that gets met, I don't think it will be, I put it really high. and like we've never gotten that nearly that high, you know, naturally. So like, if it gets hits, I will do it. But I'm just saying, like, it's the stretch goal of these. They're all kind of stretch goals insofar as no matter like how many subs we get, we'll probably get some of these unlocked. And no matter how many we get unlocked, I think we are gonna be happy. I'm gonna be happy with what we get. And I'll also say that I have started the sub goal, and I have it based around sub points, which means that people who are already subbed are already contributing to it. So I'll bring up the counter that I showed off last week. I'll say, like, hey, we're already 3 towards the first one, so, you know, once we get 2 more, we'll unlock the first game and add that to the thing. I think that much will be almost definitely. Also, it is a very nice sub-tracker that I have now that'll look very nice during Mario Galaxy, and kind of unobtrusive in its way. Get that down. Where is that? What the fuck? Docket, go away. I'll also say, as far as the schedule stuff goes... Okay, there's a second card there. Do you hear about Giant Bomb going independent? That's the second thing I want to say real fast before we begin. But, like, as far as the schedule goes, after the birthday stream, you might have been able to see, but there will be, like, one more stream after the birthday thing, the next Tuesday stream. And then the week after, I'm going to be out to do LASIK and recover from it. But I'll be back, like, the week after that. And then the week after that, the Switch 2 hits. So, some big stuff coming up. That's really all there is to say about that. Giant Bomb. 2 weeks ago, I talked about how it seemed like Giant Bomb had hit the rocks. It had dissolved. It had gotten hit by, like, same day as Polygon. Like, some people had been fired. Some people were looking like they definitely were going to get fired. You know, it was a train collision, but also, you know, everyone sort of came out of that going like, okay, well, they're going to go independent, and they're going to be successful in that. And the specifics, you know, were not determined at that time, which is why when PAX came around, it was quite a surprise to see the news, which was that Giant Bomb was sold to Giant Bomb. They are no longer under fandom, and they're operating as an independent thing, which I honestly didn't expect. I expected them to be like, yo, hey, we're, you know, a name that got tossed around a lot the last week was Party Mode, which I thought was a really good name. But, like, hell, man, if you can just use the brand and the IP and the names that you've been using for 5, 10, 15 years, depending on who you're talking about and how long they've been at the site, that's just excellent. There were some good promotional photos. The 5 of them that are now co-owners are a great set. They are exactly the 5 I would pick from the, you know, exactly the 5 that this website needs to be, like, as successful as it could be, I think. Including people who have been, like, tied up with meetings for the last couple of years, and we haven't seen much of them. Like Bacalar, it'll be great to hear more from him. He won't be just busy all the time, being a manager or whatever. He can actually be on content. That's great. Also, they did Blight Club, the new episode of that, which is a show where they dress up as characters in cosplay and play really bad video games. Mike Minotti just started Rascal, and he dressed up as the kid from Rascal, who is very cool. He, you know, they've been hyping this up without revealing the game or the specifics by saying, Mike, you're gonna look so cool. And sure enough, you can see over there, he looks so cool. He looks so cool. That's, Rascal really looks like a terrible game. I love Blight Club, and I'm so happy that Giant Bomb can continue basically as it is. Shout out to them. Love to see it. So jazzed to be clear, I would have been jazzed if it was party mode. You know, I would have supported them just as hard, perhaps, if it had been an independent thing, party mode, rather than, you know, hey, we got the name, we got the brand, we got the backlog, we got the site. It's all us, baby. You know, I would have been happy either way, and I think they would as well. But you know, this is like the best possible option, and I'm happy for Giant Bomb. I'm happy for Game Informer. I'm happy for the various sites over the last year or so that have managed to get independent out from under their ownership, who really have no business being owners of this sort of thing. Okay. That was a bit of stuff to talk about up top. That's why I talked about how there's timestamps and people watching the pod can make use of the timestamps. Please, I encourage you. Like, if you don't, you know, you just want to get to Doom, use a timestamp. Speaking of, yo, folks, it is time to check out Doom: The Dark Ages. Yeah, I accept all the policies. I accept all the policies for sure, for sure. What the fuck? I can't see it for shit. Okay, there we go. Now I can see the Doom. I'm just gonna adjust based on my TV. Cool. I got a skin. Cool. Yeah, it's Doom. Let me just say, first off, again, the audio's good. The audio's good. Yeah, it sounds maybe a little high. I'll take it down a few notches just to be 1000% safe. Yeah. It's Doom: The Dark Ages. I'll say that with the previous two Doom games, I kind of bounced off the first one. I got it on PC, and I feel like I probably should have gotten it on Xbox. You know, I didn't really... I don't play that many, like, hardcore shooters on PC. Pretty much for shooters on PC, it's just Overwatch and, like, you know, as far as, like, mouse controls go, it's just TF2, Overwatch, and like, Rivals of Marvel. Those are, like, the 3 games that I play with mouse controls, so I've kind of found it really cumbersome, and I, you know, didn't manage to get past that. When Doom... What was the second one called? When the second Doom reboot came out, people said it was really bad, so I said, okay, well, you know, I'm not gonna play it then if it's really bad. Despite having Game Pass, you know, I could have tried it. And I don't think at the time I was doing this whole... I forget if I was streaming at the time or if I even had the Game Pass stream conceit at that time, but I didn't try it, so, you know, what the fuck, right? Finally, we're getting to this one, and they say it's really good, and I am interested to find out, like, what's the deal. I hope that I can get in as someone who missed the last two, skipped the last one, and didn't really get deep into the first. I'm curious. Let's find out. Let's go with the default mode, as you do when you play games in general. I play the default mode, and you know, I have a lot of pride. Very rarely have I turned the difficulty down on a game. Usually I just quit if there's a question of that. You know, make the default difficulty accessible is kind of what I think. I don't know. Let's go. Let's see how this goes. And I'm not sure where we'll go next, what the next game will be. Like if we'll go do Patrick Star earlier in the night. We're in hell. There are gods who gave us a weapon. The lore is not important in Doom, right? It doesn't... You could just go in and be like, yeah, you're in hell. You're the guy who kills. I hope he gets into Smash Brothers. I bet he will. You know, I think there's a good chance it'll be Master Chief and not and not the Doom Slayer, but I think Doom Slayer will get into Smash Brothers this generation. Also, I think Halo will come to Switch 2. Those are two things that I think. I mean, I guess for Halo to come to Switch 2, there's gonna have to be a new Halo, which, fuck knows what's up with that. Halo Infinite was a while ago, wasn't it? Like 4 years ago? Games take about that long. That's a demon.
We will not leave here until the heart of Argent is found. It is close.
Oh. I'll say I took a nap before the stream, so I should be good to go the distance. Been trying to stay up and not take as many naps the last week or so, which ends up with me being pretty fucking tired from like morning to dusk, and then around midnight I somehow get a second wind and I'm able to just go like a couple more hours too far.
How much time?
This is sort of like a Thor type situation. There's a bunch of like, kind of makes me think of Thor. They have some high-tech stuff and some people who look like they're medieval high future. I guess that's the idea.
We need him.
So is this like a future where things have gone a little bit medieval since the demons never stop coming? I mean, that's very cool.
Commander.
Again, let me know how the volume is.
Must remain guarded.
If you're happy with it, I'm happy with it. Just let me know.
Everything will be destroyed, including your sentinel energy.
That looks like a gear shifter in a car, you know?
Launch the Slayer.
Wait, so is that a good guy? That's a good guy there, the big fellow.
Total purification targeted for the village of Kalim.
If this was the look for like Smash Brothers, I think that'd be pretty fucking cool. You know, full power armor with like fur and with like a furry cape. That's good shit. That's a good and the shield, sure, why not? Give him the shield. I mean, I guess it'll be awkward in like 5 years when there's another Doom and he doesn't have a shotgun and a shield. You do multiple skins. You do one skin. You know, I'll say, like, I bet the next the best Smash Brothers goes heavy and hard into skins for what it's worth. I mean, that just makes too much goddamn sense. Every other platform fighter with you know, that's been the direction for them across the board. So, like, I bet that'll be the thing. It seems like it's loud right now. Am I still louder? Barely. It sounds great, though. Some great rock music.
Impact confirmed. The Slayer has been activated.
Alright, let's go. It's game time. We're playing now. So... fast-paced shooter. You run and you shoot dudes. Are you supposed to, like, do it at a tilt? It feels good to, like, point your gun at things. You can block things with shield. That's cool. That's really cool. Hey, they came up with a new function for left trigger in a shooter. The new function is shield rather than aim down sights. Fuck aiming down sights. This is nice. I'm sure the other Doom games also didn't have aiming down sights, did they? That's very much not a thing in these reboots games, I'm pretty sure. Also, you can shield bash. Which, ooh, that's strong. Really gives you some good mobility. The shield bash lets you just instantly dash to someone and kill them as well. Yeah, I'm thinking this might kick ass. Yeah. We're like in tutorial mode now, folks. I'll say, by the way, the plan with these streams is always to play as much of each game that makes sense, you know, as much as I feel like. And if I'm really into something and it's you know, good stuff is happening, I can absolutely like keep on trucking with one game. But I do think for tonight we want to play a whole bunch, so you know, I'm guessing probably will go long, and maybe play a bunch of this game. Executions, melee attack to execute. Looks like. This is like the tutorial. Go. What happened to the rock music? Oh, there it is. A little bit quieter now than it was at the start.
The Slayer is dangerous. Keep your distance.
That's correct. Oh, you're good guys. I shouldn't kill you. Not gonna kill these guys. I'm not sure if I should be, like, sprinting every time I'm, like, moving around, or if just, like, this basic run speed is good enough.
You have a lock on the Slayer's location? Confirmed. Weapon drop incoming in 3, 2, 1.
B to use. Okay. Glove. I already have a glove on, but without spikes. This is a better glove. Power gauntlet. Okay, so I understand that the last game was all, and both of the previous games are a lot about like a combat loop where you're doing certain moves to turn on other moves and sort of like, you know, so far it just seems like we could shotgun, shield bash, shield bash, shield bash. But now we have a melee attack that we have 3 charges of, and it gives us bullets as well. We find melee ammo to recharge it. Cool. My understanding is the last one had a hell of a learning curve, which, you know, I wasn't as, you know, I heard and went like, I don't know, like, if that's, you say it's crap, you say it's, unwieldy, you say it's, like, really fucking difficult. I believe you, and I'll just, you know, do whatever's good. A 3-hit melee combat by hitting the right trigger, hitting right click 3 times. Need the as well. There we go. Okay. And the shield has a health bar, which I'm just realizing I am covering. Let me move. Oh, there's a guy. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. I'll say I'm not that big of a fan of repeated right stick clicks. I feel like the right and left stick are best used at like once and not as like a, you know, click 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 thing like this. Really looking forward to the Switch 2 and its back buttons, at which point I can just like you know, map out those two stick clips and have that be it. Maybe I should get an Xbox Pro controller as well. I mean, I think that those also have like accessibility buttons on the back, and if I get used to that on Switch, I might as well have it on Xbox as well. That might be an idea for the future. They should charge like not a arm and a leg for that. Point of no return markers, okay. Well, I don't think we're gonna think that much. I feel like this is a no-thinking game. We don't have to worry about, like, oh, are we doing as many quests as we can do? Like, yeah, just kill people. And punch them. And, kick them, you know? Shoot them with shotguns. Charge into them. Right, so we can execute for free, but we can't, melee for free unless we have the stuff. Go. This kicks ass. I don't know if I've said it. It absolutely rules. I don't know how many more times I can say that. I could keep saying it. There's nothing stopping me from saying, hey, this kicks ass. It's fun to shoot dudes and to punch them and to charge into them. I bet there's gonna be more weapons too. You know, I haven't even gotten like a second weapon that I can switch to. How does it work in Doom? Doesn't it usually work that you get like a bunch of weapons and you have access to all of them, like not Halo style, the opposite of Halo style. That would be like Half-Life style. Is Half-Life the go-to for that? I mean, no, Doom is the go-to for that, right? GoldenEye, Perfect Dark also had that as how their weapon systems worked. I'm on fire. I'm fine. Oh, there's a parry. Parry attacks by charging them, by timing it right if they're green. And parrying recharges my melee attacks. Okay, so there's another system that feeds into the melee, the resource game, you know? You don't just find melee ammo, but also specifically parries can. Interesting, I wasn't getting a shield bash prompt for that dude. Which seems like it was just a weird thing. Feels great on a controller, I'll say, like, hey, man, it's gonna be good on the Switch too, when, like, you know, if you want to do mouse and keyboard, you can just do mouse and keyboard. And, I say mouse and keyboard. Joy-Con and Joy Mouse? Are we going to... Is there going to be like a Wiimotes type term for the Joy-Con mouse, using it as a mouse, or just going to say like Joy-Con and mouse? Anyway, that's, I think, has some real goddamn potential. Glory strikes. Okay. That was a boss fight. That was a boss fight, I guess. Or like maybe a mini boss. Maybe doesn't quite reach the level of full boss. That was quick and fun. I like it when boss fights are quick and fun.
The cultists are traitors.
I like it when mini bosses are quick and fun as well. Any enemy that's quick and fun to fight is exactly what I'm looking from for an enemy, I guess I should say. There's keys? Oh, there's a... What the fuck? A map? I thought this would be a strictly no-thinking type deal, just like run and gun and shoot guys. Is this... Auto map? Upgrade system? Codex? Forged from the embers of Earth's primitive weaponry and tempered by the advanced craftsmanship of the Dinur, of Argent Dinur. The Slayer's combat shotgun is a relic of his rival in a world besieged by chaos. This is some lore. Information about the various demons. Pinkies. Isn't that a thing? Pinky Rider? Pinky demon, like, there's the Kako demons, who are like, big balls. I've heard of a few demons from Doom. Just from cultural osmosis. You know, I mentioned, like, my experience with New Doom. I guess I should say, like, my experience with Old Doom, which is that I think I played it, like... I played, like, some ports of it, and you know, like, similar Doom-type games on occasion, and like classic Doom. And I'll say, like, I don't really like the maze-like aspect of very, very old shooters, you know? Like, there's a thing with old shooters, right? Where a lot of them are very much like, hey, you know, get a key, go find another key also in the world, then use the key on this door. And it's just like a big maze, you know? The way forward is not clear. Not at all. And I really struggled with that for a while. I just, you know, when I was a kid, I just thought like, oh, I just don't like shooters, I guess. You know, I got this Perfect Dark and this GoldenEye, and it's like, I am super duper duper lost. I don't know where to go. I don't know, maybe it's just not my jam. You know, Call of Duty 2, another one that was kind of big and objective based. But like, eventually when shooters stopped being so confusing, you know, around the time of like COD 4, I guess, which I didn't play because I played COD 2 and I didn't like it. Probably I should have, because it was like basically fixed the problems that I had, honestly. When they started being more linear and less stinky, I started enjoying them, which was interesting. This seems pretty straightforward, though. It seems like, hey, you know, you could run around. As long as I can find my way around, I guess I don't mind a little bit of, like, you know, go find a fucking key or whatever. I'll say I have liked a fast-paced shooter or two, you know, like, I have liked some fast-paced shooters. Well, this kind of looks like an Oblivion Gate. I guess, you know, hey, it is a Hell Gate, same basic idea. I have enjoyed some fast-paced shooters that I will say of the original Doom, I don't think like the fast-paced gameplay was the issue. I think it was strictly that, like, yeah, I didn't know where to go and I got confused. And you know, hell, I'll say like two things that this is already doing that fix it. One, there's a fucking waypoint on screen, so like, you know, I know basically like a directions that I'm looking to go, right? I know that basically, like, yeah, go over here and do a thing. That's an explosive. Don't shoot it when you're right next to it. I know basically what I need to do. Destroy demonic portals. I know basically what I need to do, and from the waypoint I know basically where I need to go, so that really fixes the issues that I had with those earlier games where it was just confusing in a maze, right? Like, it can be as non-linear as it wants, so long as it like, just tells me where to go. New weapon. It's a rail spike shredder. It's a full auto weapon that is effective from close to long range as long as you stay on target. Cool. This is a game where you have all your weapons. I really like this parry system. It feels really good to, like, see a green one and just be like, yeah, I'm not avoiding that one. I'm gonna specifically shield it with good timing, and that's gonna be my opening volley. The enemy's opening volley. Okay, I said that it was fixing the problem. I'll say I think I am a little bit turned around. Like, fucking head to the waypoint, I guess. It's up there. That was the way back where I came. So if the shotgun is like a short range weapon, this is like your machine gun. And it can do good sustained damage. Oh, and you can just melee into those guys that are stunned, and that's just as good as the other, as like a melee attack. That's great. So, secret keys. Are these just regular keys, but by a different name? Like, are they actually secrets? Alright. You know, with the Switch 2, it's getting to the point where maybe I should consider if, like, okay, jumping off the cliff was not the answer. It's not the way over there. How do you get over there, then? Getting to the point where maybe it'd be a good idea in the near future to consider if it's possible to capture in 4K and do the streams and the VODs in 4K. Then again, like, YouTube and Twitch both have not, like, really, you know, they haven't really gone for that yet. It's not really a thing yet in either place, I don't think, or, you know, it's really not a standard yet. Pretty much, I think no one's doing it. And so long as no one's doing it, that's not a problem. But, you know, pretty soon here, the Switch 2 is going to be 4K, right? Yes? And then it'll be kind of silly, I think. At some point, it's going to feel silly to have the whole everything be in 1080p. We're not there yet, though, so, you know, I don't need a new capture card yet. Ah, here we go, here we go. It's not like I need a new capture card. Oh, boy. There's a bunch of guys here. We're trapped in here. And I have low ammo. Well, this just means I need to melee someone. Do like a finisher attack. Some of those guys like melee attacks. Look like they're green. I don't know if that means they can be parried as well or what.
All hell gates closed.
But
Secure.
very cool. Can you, like, kick these or something? Like, if I melee attack this, is it gonna go like...
Tier 5 readings in the south.
I was hoping it would, like, kick it or something.
Titan has been
Yeah, it was maybe a little too much to add. Maybe you can, like, shield bash it or something. Maybe that would work. I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting that there's, like, lines of, like, health hacks in the direction that you need to go. Like, that's just convenience, you know? The health packs are almost being treated like coins in a Mario game. Which, yeah, why not? Why not put why not dot the way in ammo, in ammo, in health, in the resources that I need. Like, look, here, I should go this way. That's clearly what this is telling me. Oh, well, I need to kill dudes, you know. Why not have it work like that? That's a good way to have it work. Makes you wonder, like, wait, why haven't other people done it like that? Actually, it just looks a little weird, but it's like, oh, kind of makes sense. You know? I think it super makes sense. I think it's very cool. Ah. Oh. I'll say my eyes still feel a little weird. I do feel like, maybe it's not so much rubbing it and stuff like that. I feel like the weirdness is more just, you know, it's allergy season. That's probably more the reason than anything, come to think of it. It just happened to start around the time I was getting my eyes dilated for LASIK. So that coincidence kind of like threw me last week and the week before, but yeah. Really cool power-ups, or really cool way to do it. Did the previous games do it this way as well? Didn't play that much of them, so what the fuck do I know? So maybe they did, but I think it's really cool here. Short sequence, and there's guys who explode that I should be like picking off in particular. Oh, I also have like a big... I should use the big shot against that big guy. You still using those wipes? Oh, I used a couple of them, yeah. I haven't been using them that much though. I've just mostly just making do. This guy is losing bones. There's losing meat. He's like, jeez, that looks good. Wow, that's cool. These guys being like weird monsters who can live when they're like, you know, their flesh and bone is torn asunder, makes for cool enemies. You know, I don't think since like the days where you shot people in the crotch in like GoldenEye and they went like, whoa! You know, I don't think that like shooting a guy in a location has been quite as cool. Maybe like those horror games where you cut off limbs and stuff. Maybe that's also up there. I'll say. There's a couple other examples that are just as cool, but that's really cool.
They lied to us. And now he has a leash.
The Makers felt a weapon as powerful as the Slayer should be guided.
And you agreed.
He's not one of us. They want assurances, and so did I.
Going around 40 minutes now on Doom. I think we got past the first level. I think, I don't know, like, structurally how this game is. Is it just level, like, you know, how you kind of expect? Is it an open world game of some sort? The map really makes me think open world.
Once again.
But I don't know.
And still, you continue to be influenced by this outsider. It is not this witch who is forced onto the battlefield against the Slayer.
Look at him. He's a cool dude. The hologram, me.
Before one man.
Now that's a dude who's not getting into Smash, that demon guy. Doomslayer? Maybe. I feel like Doomslayer's more likely than Master Chief. I mean, if I were to bet, I would say both of them. I would say that both of them are worthy to get into Smash Brothers.
To conquer the beast and crush his allies.
I'd support either. I support both. You know, Microsoft has a lot of characters that they can put into Smash. You know, if Nintendo continues to be interested in that. Which I assume they will be. Because why not? I mean, being able to keep, like, Minecraft Steve in the game, you know, makes it worth continuing to work with Microsoft, and I bet, like, you know, they would put in whatever characters they wanted.
Avoid the Slayer.
I don't know. I don't know how those decisions work. Should I care about these cutscenes? I've kind of just been letting them wash over me because it just seems like a bunch of like, you know, stuff. I don't feel like were the stories and like lore and stuff important in the previous Dooms. I mean, I do think it is really neat the like recontextualizing the Doomslayer as like, you know, I think I heard people talking about the first Doom reboot and how it like, oh, it sort of presents the Doom Slayer as like a mythic warrior, as like a fated avenger of the world or something, you know. Gives it a real like a real like grandiose vibe, and that's cool. Don't get me wrong, it's just that you know, I'm fine with whatever. Wait, what? Why did it's interesting. That's weird. Why did it bot me back up to the menu? Why does it say if you select the same one again, is it just like the first level? It's just level 1, level 2? Yeah, it is. Okay, this is the intro. That seems weird, but I guess that does answer, like, how is this structured? It's structured level by level, okay. It's structured level by level, and, you know, they're all gonna be linear. Though, there being 4 of them on the screen makes me wonder, like, okay, is this gonna be like a Last of Us Part 2 situation, where it's like, one of these levels is like a big open world, and the rest are just like linear shooty fun? You know, what are we talking about here? I feel like with that, that open world part in Last of Us Part 2, when I played that, I think, I wasn't clear, like, where the point of no return is, so I accidentally crossed it without knowing, and left a lot of that open world on the table. Thought that was unfortunate, because I was enjoying the open world, but, you know, you sort of, like, accidentally move past it, and then it's done, it's over, you know. And there's, like, nothing quite like that for the rest of the game.
Sire, the demons are now targeting the Sentinel's energy relay. It powers their transdimensional barrier. Yes.
Second level, let's go. Let's do the second level.
Prevents the demons from opening a portal into this world. It doesn't work. What you see now is a result of Sentinel.
I think let's do the second level, and then we'll, which is this. You know, now that it's all, like, ramped up and stuff, I think it'd be fun to do the second level and see, like, where this is going. Like, see, like, if it takes any additional, like, interesting steps. And then, continue from there. I'll say, first impressions-wise, I think this is really fun. I think this is really kick-ass. And I'm really enjoying the basic gameplay so far. Difficulty-wise, hasn't been a problem yet. It's good, fun, and solid. And I like the medieval vibes to it. This feels like a perfect podcast game. A perfect game to play whilst listening to a podcast. No offense to the rock and roll, just that, you know, it's just shooty fun. I think that you can be a little mindless in it. And that's exactly what's ideal in a podcast game. Is there a better term than podcast game? Because I'll say I do play podcast games while watching YouTube and stuff, which is different from podcasts. What would be the term for that? Like a companion game? A second screen game? Maybe it's the first screen because it would be on the TV. I mean, ideally, it would be on the Nintendo Switch too, where it could be on the couch and I could be watching something on the proper TV, Doom on my console handheld. That'd be ideal. Not the world we live in as of yet. I'll say though, I'm really excited for the Switch 2, as has been established many a time. I'll also say that, like, I am very curious when, like, okay, there's six weapons. 6 weapons in the game, looks like, that you get. I am very curious, like, when, what the fuck am I saying? I am very curious about retro handhelds. I've been seeing a lot of them out there. You know, a lot of like, oh, it's a little flippy thingy that's as powerful as a, the fuck? Oh, this is good. This is a saw for my shield. Press the LB to throw the shield saw at a demon. It would embed himself. Deal damage to metal to trigger a superheated state. Destroying the shield saw at superheated metal will shatter it. Sick. Okay, so now we have a second option in addition to like and we can pull it back by hitting left trigger. That's cool. That's great. Throw the shield at superheated metal. Is that superheated metal? I've seen people talking about like the what's it called? The Retroid Flip 2. It's called a Retroid. And that kind of just fills me up like curiosity, you know. Oh, I can throw my shield at those shield guys. That'll fuck them up good. Fucks them up so good. I didn't even hit like most of those guys. They just fell. Shit, yeah. Ooh. That's good. That's good. This game's good. I don't know if you can tell, but this game is good. In a lot of ways, this is really pleasing me. Really, really pleasing me. What I was saying, guys, being resistant. But seeing people talk about, like, stuff like that, you know, and you know, I have before looked at, like, the Game Boy Advance shaped ones and gone, like, ooh, I would like that. A little Game Boy Advance, SP-sized handheld that can run anything, like, south of, GameCube. It's like, that sounds great. Then today I heard about, like, the other day I heard about, like, the Retroid, pocket flip or something, or it's a clamshell design but more like the size and shape of a more the size and shape of a Nintendo DS, basically, where you go like, oh, well, this one can handle GameCube and even Wii and even like some Wii U games, and you go like, that's amazing. Wow. Okay. You know what? I will take double the. I would take double the size, actually, now that I think about it, to make it might bit more powerful. And widescreen really does make more sense than you know, Game Boy 4:3 style. You know, that's a way better aspect ratio. It's true. Could even use it for like regular media and stuff. I do feel like with the Switch 2 just about to come out, you know, now is probably not the time to just go investing in additional hardware, especially with the question mark of tariffs, you know. And also I feel like, man, they got to like post GameCube so quickly. I bet if you gave it like 2-3 years, you know, for $200 you could get something portable that runs like practically everything. Portable style, you know, shit's getting cheap. Tariffs aside, you know, it's just really cheap right now to get a handheld that can handle basically anything you need it to. Really impressed with like how that whole market has emerged in the last like couple of years and really just become like the best possible products ever, you know. Okay, so that is a parry system with melee attack as well. Very cool. Melee parry. I kind of like the shotgun more than the other gun. Good, it's a good shotgun. I like a shotgun. I prefer shotguns to other weapons generally than like rapid fire situations. The punch of them is just more satisfying to me. The impact. And like getting one shot that does a ton of damage is more satisfying to me than like just sustaining gradual damage over time, you know. Like, I feel like the perfect gun would be something like a machine gun, but every, like, third shot was, like, super powerful, right? Or, like, the first shot after a while of not shooting, for instance. Like, that would be my ideal gun, I think, in a game like this. Just, like, it's a... Also, it's worth noting we have not reloaded, like, once. This whole game, I'm realizing. Which is cool. That'd be my perfect gun, like, big, powerful attack every now and again, but, like, sustained damage over time at the same time as well, also. I bet there's guns like that in, like, Borderlands. And that's one of the reasons, like, Borderlands 2 was so goated, so amazing, right? Like, you know, it had extremely cool guns that were really fun and good, and felt good to shoot. Had, like, character to them. I don't know. Collect gold is the mission right now. Okay. Why we're collecting gold, but whatever. This area seems pretty chill. I wouldn't mind getting one of those retro handhelds, but also I'm probably really realistically going to be fixed pretty good with the Switch 2. You know, I don't need one of those, and I don't need a... I do think I would get a retro handheld before I got like a, Steam Deck, you know? Like, I don't need that much power. I'd rather have, like, something that supplements the Switch 2 rather than something that is out to replace the Switch 2. I don't know. Something that's just like, yeah, I can play basically everything, but, like, everything legal is gonna be on Switch anyway. If you know what I mean, you know? I can upgrade stuff? Okay. Let me upgrade... Let me look at the Shredder. Hitting a demon with shield's throw or parrying... Detonate... What's pincushion? So shoot them enough and then you can shield them for a big burst of damage. Oh, hey, there you go. There's a move that gives you... Well, it's basically the Needler from Halo, but it is basically a big burst of damage every now and again from shooting guys enough times. That's cool. That's good. I'll say if Master Chief comes to Smash Brothers, he should have the Needler as an attack. That'd be really good. That'd be really unique to him as well. You know, there's nothing like that in Smash Brothers yet. I don't know how come a lot of this stream became talking about how characters would be in Smash Brothers. Whatever. Let me look at the shotgun option. Dealing enough damage sets them on fire. They drop armor pickups when they're on fire. That's interesting. Oh, and there's also, like, mutually... You can choose, like, one or the other on the tiers 2 and 3. And maybe switch them back and forth as you want. Okay, well, burn sounds like it gets more interesting later on because you can make them explode on death when they're burning. That's great. Ooh, 3-round burst. That sounds good. Instant burn to fodder demons. That's pretty cool. I mean, that just makes it so that you know, like, fodder demons will instantly explode. Basically, if you combine those two, that's sick. Increased number of projectiles per shot. Not sure. That's just a basic power boost. Oh, hey, there's two options here on tier 1 of this gun. The other one is that shredder projectiles that hit a demon are affected by shield saw. Shredder projectiles that are... Oh, okay, so you can... In this case, it becomes like a AoE type gun where, you know, once you saw a guy, you could do a bunch of damage to all the little guys around him. That's really good as well. But that also explodes, so that's either way you're getting AoE, like, multi-target damage. Okay, so you can change it at any time as well. That is excellent. I'm going with this one. Feel like, you know, let's mix it up. How many shots do you need to, like, actually trigger this thing? Or is it just gonna be like, oh, we're killing these guys before they do a thing? Stone imp needs to be shield charged. Okay. I guess also it should be noted that, like, there's a bunch of collectibles, it looks like. I don't know. I mean, maybe... Oh, we also could have looked at power-ups for the shield and the other thing. I forgot that it wasn't just, I forgot to consider other options there. In the other categories. Whatever, it's fine. You guys are bad, right? Yes, definitely bad. They're doing like a demon summoning. That can't be good. People who are summoning demons, probably not your friends in this game. So far, I haven't been able to make use of the pin cushion. Maybe that's just a thing where, like, maybe that's just a thing where, like, once there's enemies who are, like, tougher than the guys that we're facing right now, you know? Too many fodder enemies to really make use of that. I guess the same would be true of the burn. How do I... Here we go. Okay, so there's a whole rune system as well. Melee upgrades. Can I change the upgrades whenever, or just strictly when I'm at a thing? Here we go. Give me the ricochet. Yeah, let's go with the ricochet for now. I feel like that's a bit more useful right now. Specifically right now. And, oh, these upgrades are the ones you see in the menu. Okay. Retaliation. What's this rune system? Energy shields are hit by a shield throw will cause your shield to bounce. Energy shields that are hit by a shield throw. Okay, so some Captain America type stuff. Shield throw has an extended range against fodder. Shield will recover faster from taking damage. That hasn't been a problem so far. Harvester. Killing multiple fodder elements. Enemies will power your next shield charge. Okay. Focuses on a single target damage with escalating power per strike. Increases the damage of your final hits. Parrying will speed up melee charge regeneration. Cool, cool. First hit will apply shock. That's rad. I mean, they'll be stunned. Your power gauntlet gains a 4th hit. Only accessible when acquiring a melee charge from a parried attack. Yeah, because you only have 3 melee ammunition.
Research and development. Operations are currently suspended.
So far, I haven't really been thinking much about the places I'm going, but apparently this is some sort of, like, science lab. Where they're probably doing some shit, you know? Probably up to some crap. You know, I can use the shotgun until I see an enemy that I can actually, like, put my shield into. Like, these guys, the ricochet is, just nothing. There's a guy. Okay. put my guy into that guy. Whoa! I sawed him in half. That's good. And there's a new gun also, which also promises to be very good. Yeah. Give me gun. Is this like a... It's blue. That makes me think freeze ray? Is this like a freeze ray? No, it's an accelerator. What's that? Plasma at a high rate of fire. Moderate spread, making it less effective at long range. Overloads plasma shields. I don't think I've seen any plasma shields so far. But that's like a good thing to consider, I guess. You know, we end up fighting enemies that are like big on shielding. Oh, like that. Okay, I see. Ooh. I don't know if that's like standard, but like when I took out those guys, they fucking exploded and took off all their friends. So this would be like a submachine gun? Submachine guns have always confused me a little bit. It's like a submachine gun that causes certain enemies to explode. Guys that have shields that would otherwise be very annoying. Ooh. Oop. Okay. For the LASIK stuff, I'll say, to go back to that, you know, after not talking about it for like 10, 20, 30 minutes. I'll say I need to start like the prep for that. I'll be starting that like, you know, basically he said to do like a whole routine like the 4 days before the surgery. And we're getting there. It's like a week away now. I mean, it's gonna be next Thursday, so it's literally a week away right now. Today. Which is exciting. That's going to be very cool. I will say, one thing I low-key realized since the last stream. I realized since the last stream that, ooh, that's a good looking. I like how pretty much all enemies can be turned to meat. Turned to just meat chunks. Chunky meat. I'll say, I realized since the last stream, looking at the calendar thing... Oh, wrong button. No matter, it's good. I realized looking at the calendar that like, oh, you know, I plan to take the 2 days, 3 days off, medical style, for the LASIK, but the third day, the Monday, that's actually Memorial Day or Labor Day or one of those, Arbor Day or something. I don't know which one, but it's one of those on Monday, so I already had it off, so I'm only getting 2 extra days of being off, I guess. Unless my eyes were to hurt really much on Tuesday, which I bet they won't. I don't know. Ooh, that's satisfying. To make those guys explode. That just makes it so you would always use this against those guys. Like, why wouldn't you? I mean, maybe you could get like upgrades to the other stuff that well, nothing that I have unlocked so far has any sort of upgrade like that. That would do like shock. Actually, one of them did say shock. The melee, one of the melee upgrades had shock. I wonder if shock pierces those defenses. I am probably very lost, aren't I? I've been over here before. I'm going in circles, aren't I? You know what I can do? Cases like that. Cases like this. I can check the map. Okay. Yeah. Kinda looked like it was... Oh, what the fuck? It's like a 3D map. Cool. I think this is the coolest looking map since, like, gotta say, hey, Doom, look at this map. Look how it's, like, multi-leveled. Look how you can tell, like, where all the platforms are. And it gives you, like, a really firm idea of, like, the structure of the place. Walls aside. You don't get any idea about walls, but other than that, it's pretty fucking good. I'll say I think this is the best 3D map since Metroid Prime. Since the Metroid Prime series. I think that it is right up there for, like, best maps of all time. Just based on my first impressions. I guess we'll see as, you know... Maybe it is... It kind of looks like it's a lot to take in, you know? I don't think it's quite to the level of, And, you know, honestly, like, a big part of a map is figuring out, like, okay, how do you get where you want to go? And it seems like that can be difficult. Maybe I should hold off on my praise. Oh, this door opens. There we go. Okay. Since that door opens. Okay. Here we go. I think we're heading in the right direction.
Commander, we need assistance out here.
Okay, yeah. Good map. Like it. Solid job. Good. Let's kill some guys. That's an S tier map. That's an S tier map. What? Is that a big marine? Is that guy on my side? What the fuck? Why aren't I playing as that guy? I mean, I guess I've beaten more of those guys than that guy has. That guy's losing the fight. I won a fight against one of those guys. I used a turret. Okay, I used a turret to be fair. Maybe that shouldn't count, but man, I killed it. Is that not what's important? I'll say, by the way, for tomorrow's stream, I currently have 12 cards written. And I'll say, like, I had to be a little bit judicious insofar as, like, you know, I don't want it to be, like, super long or nothing, considering that tonight's stream I'm expecting to go pretty long. But with, how I want to play a whole fucking bunch of games, and also want to give each game its due. So, like, I'm feeling like tomorrow's stream is going to be like a short stream in between two longer streams. But I am trying to figure out, like, how much I should really have to talk about, you know, for that stream. And I guess, you know, I'll say, like, I currently don't have a card for like that retro console discussion I had a little earlier. I'll say, for example, you know, like, you know, as cool as that is, and as much as I've been thinking about that, it is a thing I am thinking that I will not pull the trigger on, so, like, you know, why bring it up, I guess. Also, I've used up, like, I don't have, like, the extra slots on my image thing where I make images appear to show additional images, unfortunately. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Tomorrow will be a nice one. And then Saturday, I'm thinking about, you know, going in raw, you know, going in, raw dogging it to a certain degree. You know, not having things to talk about. Other than just like, yeah, you know, we'll just play the video game and talk about stuff. This kind of sounds like, the classic, Twilight Princess speedrun trick where you take a boomerang, you take your boomerang, you target on a single location multiple times, and then you jump slash as it comes back, and that gives you like a big boost. This kind of sounds like this. Just a little bit of mobility. It's not a big deal. Let me see. What's on this one? Shooting a demon builds charge. Increased damage at maximum charge. I'm thinking let's upgrade the combat. Oh. How do you... Oh, you need gold. We get more gold and we get more upgrades. Okay, so it's not like we find a shrine, we can, you know, currency based. Okay. So that's why you want to be finding gold in the world. Okay. What the gold is for. It's cool how when you land, enemies near your landing point just fucking die. That's like the opposite of most games. There's a lot of things that's really fucking cool about this game. And really fucking empowering. Like, yeah, you know, instead of you taking fall damage, the enemies take fall damage. And, actually, I can't think of any examples that are quite that, like, you know, on their nose versus like other games. But that one example is really cool, and there's a bunch of other cool things this game does that, you know, I like. How about that? It's not like shooting a shield at... I mean, I guess, hey, it is an inversion when you shoot a shield enemy with the electric gun that it explodes, so the shield ends up basically being like a liability for the guy rather than a strong bit. That is the reverse of how a shield usually works. Usually those guys with shields are tougher, but in this case, with this specific weapon, other way. You're very powerful in this game. I'll say it again. I'll say. I don't know if you can tell. I feel like the end of this level must be coming up. I feel like we're just about Nice, nice, nice. Whoa! Okay, that's fine. That guy did not get set on. Oh, right, I couldn't afford the upgrade, that's right. I forgot about that. Leaders are special demon variants that have stronger and unique attacks. Hunt them down to get their demonic essence that permanently upgrades stuff. Can I put on that power armor? Is this a robot suit for the Doomslayer? Oh my god. I said we're going to stop playing after this chapter. Can I just poke the head into chapter 3? I gotta poke the head into chapter 3. I gotta find out if you get a fucking mech in this game. I gotta find out if we're about to just get in the robot. Those arm pillars really look like an Evangelion type mecha. Yeah, you get into a mecha. Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! How did I not hear about this? How did no one spoil this? How? What the hell? This is great. Has this been in promotional material? Have they been talking this up? I mean, I've been trying to avoid stuff, so I went in fresh, you know, but... God damn! That's cool! Let's play a little bit of this, and then we'll go to the next game. I'm gonna play this game. I'm pretty sure. Ooh, I can punch! I got a dash. Fuck the environment. Throw punches. Fuck you, building! Oh my god. This fucking rules. I don't know what to say. Okay, not every building you can destroy. I mean, it'd be silly if, like, you could just destroy the entire game world or something, but, like, yeah, a lot of these buildings you can just be like, fuck you. Fuck this building, man. Fuck these buildings. Fuck them all. Oh, man, this rules. This is great. Are these bad tanks that I'm walking over? I hope they're bad tanks and not good tanks. Who knows? Who can say? It's not my concern. I'm just a big guy looking to punch things. There's one of my friends. I don't know where I'm going. Here we go. Rocket punch. You dodge out of the way, and that gives you really good.
A Titan broke through. The energy relay is under attack.
If that core explodes, the city goes with it.
Perfect dodge. I feel like this is a tutorial. We should pay attention to the tutorial. I'll say, let's, okay. There we go. I mean, I'll say this gameplay is pretty straightforward. I'm just punching stuff. And, like, doing some light, you know, dodging. Not even very, like, serious dodging. You know. Like, to be sure, this part does not have the nuance of the rest of the game so far. You know, this kind of feels just like a silly, fun thing. Hey, can we get some guns? I would like some guns.
More Titans ahead. Support team, deploy weaponry.
Okay, yeah, guns. That'll help a lot to making this more doomy. My god, that's just a drop pod the size of a building. And a weapon the size of a building. That's incredible. It'd be cool if, oh yeah, okay, yep. I was about to say it'd be cool if, like, when you got your gun too close to something, it, like, destroyed it because it, you know, is touching and stuff. And it does look like, yes, that is how it works. So, like, if I... Well, I can't get close enough to that, but, like, my gun, as it touches that, it does, like, destroy these buildings and stuff. You don't have a shield when you're this big. I said I would just get a taste of this, and I will. I am. But, like, this is such a good taste that I am, yeah, I don't know, man. This is, give me a minute with this, okay? Give me a minute longer, and we'll play Patrick Star Game, or whatever else is next.
The barrier is critical. Relay overloading.
Should Patrick Star Game be the next one? Why not? You know, let's not mess around here. Oh, cool. This is probably a shield. No, I guess he just threw that away. I was guessing that lid could have served as a shield for big boy mode. It still could.
Will explode. He needs to evacuate now.
He's trying to save the city. Slayer, there's a strip mine nearby. I'll mark it for you.
So now I don't have a gun anymore. Honestly, the thing that this reminds me of most is the like the level of Astrobot playroom, the first one, where you get like a turrets and then you shoot guys for a bit, and then you do other stuff. You know, it's like more of just punching, and then, you know, you get like a limited time power boost of having a gun, and then you know, you're on your way. I think possible this level might be almost over. You know, we just gotta get away from the city, which apparently we do value. We've been destroying it this whole time, but it is smartly built with all these areas where like mechs can run around in. I mean, there's like bridges that are getting destroyed. That's fucked up. They should like retract or something if there's gonna be like giant mecha running around them. You know what I'm getting? I don't think this area is like intended to have giant mecha running around the residential zones or whatever the fuck this is. If you get hit, you lose your combo on a guy. Makes sense. I think we finished this third level. This was a nice and fast one. And very cool. And, yeah, that thing is gonna explode. And, we probably... Okay, there's a boss fight. About to say we probably lose the mech. Gotta go back to traditional style. Woo! Damn, that's cool. Man, this is cool. That's a cool dude thing to do. God, to do this thing with like a giant... Do this... That's a classic move, right? Putting an explosive in some guy's mouth and kicking them off a cliff. It's a classic move. To do it as a 60-foot, 100-foot mecha goes without saying. That like extra rules. That's incredible.
The transdimensional barrier is offline.
Didn't mean to do that whole level, but we did that whole level, so hey, you know, bonus. I couldn't not. I couldn't not.
Return to the Sentinel barracks.
Do we need to listen to the plot, or should I give my final impressions of, final first impressions of Doom, the Dark Ages? It's really fucking cool. I mean, I'll say, like, the writing...
You asked.
I don't know, I'm not really drawn in by it, honestly. I mean, it seems cool. Seems like there's a lot of cool people with cool clothes and stuff, but as a shooting game, it is fast. It has, like, good flow, a really good map, and just so much cool dude shit. The upgrade system seems really promising, and I'm having a great time with it. I didn't die once, so the difficulty seems very, very fair. And indeed, it looks like, yeah. Oh, hey. Next chapter, it's chapter 4 of 22. Okay, so there's 22 chapters in the game. Sentinel Barracks, okay. Well, that fucking is great. That's fucking great. That fucking rules, man. I don't know what to say. Yeah, that game fucking rules. I'm gonna play a bunch of that as a podcast game in the following weeks up till the Switch 2 launch, I think, provided I can see good. You know, and I'm not like debilitated by like having my eyes lasered off by lasers. It's time to switch to the next game. And let me just, like, modify the game on Twitch side accordingly. I'm gonna leave it on YouTube, just as is, you know. Leave it as it is right now. But, hey, folks. The next game is... I just changed it on the Twitch side. Not gonna change it on the YouTube side. Maybe I could change it on the YouTube side. Let me see. Is this a pain in the ass to do? I just need to switch to the right input. And then go into the browser, go to live streaming. And then go, I can switch Doom the Dark Ages with Patrick Stargame. I wish YouTube, it was easier to change the game on YouTube. If I could do it from my phone, that'd be way easier. And I would do it more often. I would make sure to always do it. Next game. Let me adjust the volume. I think a little more volume. How's that sound? That sounds good. I think this is good. Yeah, let's go for that. Patrick Star game. That is the next game of tonight. The eyes go up and down. Let me move back into this actual corner now, and we'll do the Patrick Star game, which is, I believe, a 3D platformer. Why did it say 2 hours later to start? Oh, that's like a joke about how long load screens can be. Sure, why not? I think this is a 3D platformer that's brand new.
I want to keep going. Ooh,
Let me just say, like, first impression-wise, there is a weird amount of delay when you hit the A button before he jumps. You can sort of see, like... You can sort of see him, like, duck down before he actually jumps. Yeah, that is just a delay in me hitting the button versus jumping. It's not a great sign in a 3D platformer when your first impression is like, oh, this jump is, not great. But, I don't know. The running around seems fine. The camera seems fine. Maybe this game is fine. The models look good, even if they're not animated very good. There's some poppin'.
Morning. Hey, who turned out the lights?
This game might be bad. I don't know. Possible this game is bad.
Right now. Oh boy, a whole day to do whatever I want.
The lip syncing is
Oh hey,
terrible.
Jerry. Why is he all by his little lonesome all the way?
Quest. There's quests in this game. Okay.
You never know what you're gonna find at the door.
You can sort of like ragdoll using X. You can burp using B.
Stop that! Come on.
This may be more of a sandbox game than a 3D platformer. I don't know.
Could you not?
Oh, hey, Squidward. What's up?
What's up? What's up? Don't you what's up me, pal. You know perfectly well what's up.
I don't like looking at lips that aren't synced properly.
This whole place is packed. This is my third favorite sunbathing spot, and it's filled with other people and their stuff. And don't get me started on the noise. I just want a sun.
Okay, I get it. I like SpongeBob, but
Squidward, not my part, not my problem.
Now you listen here.
you know, we got a lot of games to play tonight. You know, if I played this game,
Oh boy, you got it, Squidward.
is this sand dollars the currency? I thought they had like regular cash. I don't know. Don't they have like, I don't remember sand dollars being the currency, but what the fuck do I remember? It's been like at least a decade since I watched SpongeBob. Maybe more like 2 decades. You know, nothing against it. And I'll say, like, I do like it at Universal Studios, the SpongeBob SquarePants store. I mean, I guess... that's what I have to say is in order to be like, I don't dislike SpongeBob, you know, I haven't seen hide nor hair of it in 20 years. But I have been to the SpongeBob SquarePants store at Universal Studios Orlando. Is that good enough?
Excuse me, coming through.
Not cool, dude.
Ooh, big one.
Stop that.
You can sort of like charge up a burp and like area of effect people. Oh right, you're supposed to use the mop.
Stop that.
Careful, please.
I can mash the button to like bust people out. Okay. People, this was in like a Nintendo Direct or something, wasn't it? And it was like a big deal or something that they, what the fuck, there's still people here? It kind of felt like a big deal. It probably wasn't a big deal.
Excellent. Take your $10 and scram, you egg.
Scrambled eggs? Where?
Yeah. Chum Bucket's fully got even more chum now, huh?
Okay, we did a quest. Let's go find Gary. Yeah, I guess you just walk around and do little side missions. Like if, like a Tony Hawk Underground slash, it kind of reminds me of Tony Hawk's Underground random comparison. But that is also a game where you run around and you accept missions. Except in that game, it has good gameplay. So there's like, you know, more to it.
Hey, Gary. Oh, can I?
Gary wants this. Okay, so this is kind of, you know, if this had like a timer, this would be very Tony Hawk actually. You know, just like, oh yeah, spin the carousel, ride the ride. Oh, I need to not spin it using physics, spin it using the Y button. Oh, and also grab onto it and get a little cute little interaction. This might be more akin to like a goat simulator than like a platformer or something. This is like, I guess that's what it is basically. This is Patrick Star Simulator. Which, you know, hey, that's an idea. No, I can't argue with, maybe this is good for the target market. You know? That's kind of where I'm at right now. Like, yeah, I can see, this being fun for the target demographic. I don't know. One thing I'll always say about, I've always said about kids, right? The target demographic likes Fortnite. You know? Like, they kind of just like the same games that we like. You know, and you can say that's bad parenting or something, but just the reality of it. I don't know. I'm not a parent. I'm only an uncle.
Careful, please.
And the fuck? This is a different sort of bench buddies. How come you have to sit right where he is? And well, this is not safe for Brand, I guess I'll say. Well, that's fine. I'm sure that's not supposed to. I bet. There we go. That's what you want. That's Brand safe right there. Yeah, just you know. Yeah.
You never know what you're gonna.
Is this the springy toy? I wouldn't call that a springy toy. I would call that a springy.
Maybe later we could have a sleepover.
Toys aren't that big.
Don't forget to bring pizza.
Yo, you been down to Jellyfish Fields today? It's buzzing.
How much should we play of this, or have we gotten an idea? Do we know what's up? Should I explore the world a little bit? This doesn't seem perhaps something that we need to spend as much time as Doom the Dark Ages, truth be told. You know, seems pretty well made. Some basic handling stuff aside. And I bet for the target demographic, it is a cool sandbox game, but honestly is a little more sandboxy than most sandbox games, you know. When you think of a sandbox game, you're typically thinking about a GTA, where it's like, oh, the sandbox, what can you do here? Well, you can shoot people, and you can hit people with, like, your fists. And you can hit them with, like, a melee weapon. You can, like, steal their car. And that's kind of it as far as verbs go. Oh, you could play, like, you could take them out to, like, play a minigame or something. But, like, yeah, other than that, it's like, you basically got the idea, right? Whereas this one, it's like, okay, well, you can get, like, all sorts of fun little items. You can screw around with stuff. There's, like, some... You can get, like, a
Patrick,
road cone and traffic cone and throw them at people. I mean, I say you can. It's not exactly the easiest thing to aim, and it doesn't hit with a terribly high amount of impact, but
well, lucky
sure.
for you, I'm hosting a race to help. Come to think of it, would you like
The text size is different for each line.
Wonderful.
That's weird.
Excellent.
Show me this mini game. Okay, so there's mini games in addition to the other stuff. In addition to the running around and interacting with stuff and doing some junk.
Turn signal! Turn signal!
I've been drilling for years.
You can't actually do a turn signal, by the way. If you're wondering, that's not a thing in this minigame. Is this a race? Do we have to win? Oh, we are winning. We're in first. Oopsie daisy. The font sizes are sometimes very small. I think that's weird. This is not a very good racing minigame, to be clear, if you were wondering. It's kind of slow. The handling is borderline okay, but it's kind of slow, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of, like, recovery methods available to you, you know? You fall behind, it's like, okay, well, you know, you make a wrong turn like I did, and it's like, yeah, you're just fucked, I guess, you know? What the hell? You're not gonna make up, like, a couple seconds of race, you know? There's no boost. And also, it is just like a... I'm about to say it's really long, but it's like less than 2 minutes in total. That's not a bad length for a minigame. But it feels like forever when the car is moving this slow, and there's this little gameplay. If Doom the Dark Ages is like a... Oh, we somehow got it back into the first place. Go figure, I didn't even notice me passing.
Here, some keep up the
Take that, Todd. All right, go me.
If Doom Dark Ages is like a 5 out of 5, possibly with all-time favorite status, you know, an S tier game, maybe A+. Oh, hey, Glove World. This is like a 3 out of 5? That's what I would give it so far. I do think it's really cool how it has rebuilt a bunch of, like, places from the show. You know, I enjoy seeing Glove World realized as much as the Next Man. You know, this is a fantastic looking game, but to play it is just like a whole lot of nothing. So, you know, this is a game that you might be able to enjoy if you're an adult, with
Nice
adult
day, huh?
taste. You might be able to enjoy if, like, you know, in the same way that one enjoys, like, an Assassin's Creed, like, historical tour, right? Just, like, running around going, like, oh, hey, this is,
Oh!
This is, Glove World, wow. I know, and it does look legitimately just like the show. Like, the rendering, like, the style of it. It is so on point, it's amazing. But as a game, it's not, that's nothing special. 3 out of 5. Let's move it along. My god, it looks nice, though. My god, it does look nice. Oh, it looks nice. Danger Cliff. Can I just see if I can find... Is the Krusty Krab around here? Can I find the Krusty Krab? Maybe... Is there a map? There is a map. Oh. This is pretty cool. Hey, there's a map, and there's, you know, all the areas that are in the game. The central downtown area. A map of Bikini Bottom is cool. That'd probably be like Sandy's place. Airstrip. I don't remember an airstrip. It's possible that they've added stuff since I stopped watching the show 20 years ago. I don't know. Oh, there's the 3 houses. And, Krusty Krab is where? I don't know. What? There's a dump. Is the dump a big place? I don't remember the dump. Plankton? That's Plankton's area? Lived in the Chum Bucket. Chum Bucket is very much not the dump. Shouldn't he be in the Chum Bucket? I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna say 3 out of 5 for me. How does it compare to the other other SpongeBob game I played? Rehydrated. Comparable. The other one had better platforming, but less else to do, you know, and you know, you know, running around that game was less rewarding. There was less cool things to see around. You know, it wasn't just like a best of places from the show and like in jokes. You know, it wasn't like a Springfield hit and run style situation. It was more like just, oh, here's like a generic area. I say that I only played like an hour of it on a stream, very much like this one. It's pretty fun to run around and look at stuff. I'll give them that. 3 out of 5. I think that's pretty fair for it's fun to look at stuff. They should make a Simpsons game that looks this good. I mean, I guess Hit and Run doesn't look that much worse than this. Honestly, despite it being a 20-year-old game. I don't know, maybe it could like be upgraded somewhat. This is sharper for sure. A little more accurate. This is more comparable to like the South Park games as far as like quality goes. It's a little above like the level of Hit and Run. All right, let's bounce. All right, that was a game. That's 3 out of 5. Didn't really speak to me. How about like the biggest, weirdest throw that we can go from a sandbox game where you do wholesome stuff to crime scene killer, which let me change the game again on the YouTube side. YouTube needs to get their shit together. They're not as good at live streams as Twitch is. They need to have like a live stream control tower app type thing where you can change the game and stuff. I mean, I guess the thing is they don't give a shit about that. Don't know why I'm seen cleaner. I'm learning as I'm putting in these game titles. Some of them are actually like 2024, not this year, not like brand fucking new or nothing, which is a bit of a surprise to me. I thought they were brand fucking new, but what do I know? Crime scene cleaner. Crime scene cleaner, let's go. This sounds like a power wash type game. How's the audio? Let's just start into it. Let me do a little bit of audio management here. Okay, well, there's nothing to compare against right now. It's give it a minute.
You can work hard through your whole life, but sometimes even that's not enough. When a person struggles to make ends meet, it's easy to become desperate. As it turns out, one short call can hold the power to change it all. But the question is, should you really take it?
I don't need any story. I get it. You're a cleaner. You're going to go to a crime scene. It's going to be like a power wash simulator situation. I mean, maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's a story game. I mean, it says directed by. That gives the impression of like, oh, this is going to be like a short story type game rather than just like, oh, I'm power washing the blood. Almost has like a Hotel Miami style thing. I was just like, okay, here we are. We're going to the job.
Are you serious? We had a deal.
Just go to apartment 23. I hid the key near the door. You won't miss it. Money is inside. Fine.
Son of a...
This is more story heavy than I expected it to be.
Son, Paul.
How's it sound? Yeah, I'm much louder. Give a little bit more audio. Hopefully the voice acting isn't too loud as a result of pumping up the game volume a little bit, but it should be fine. Man, I just want to power wash something right now.
The key should be here somewhere.
I gotta find my way into the apartments?
Yeah, it was a pretty tough neighborhood from what I see.
This is a lot of reading, man. Equip... What? Hands. To pick up something or use a repair store, you must have your hands equipped first. Okay. That seems like a lot. I think my hands are equipped. I got a garbage can. Ugh, I can't see shit. It's so dark. Is there like a light switch or something? What the fuck? There's a key.
So that's where you put it.
This is not what I was expecting. But hey, that's the fun of streams like this.
I'm in.
just like, you know, getting in there and being like, okay, what the fuck is this? You know, there's some tearing. I'm definitely seeing some tearing as I'm like moving around. This game does not look that good. You know, I feel like games these days, they should be able to run on a Switch too, let alone an Xbox Series X. Like, this is as good a console as it's worth getting. You know, I mean, some people have PlayStation Pros or whatever, but basically no one does because it's ridiculous. Like, who needs that level of power? Like, for what? It's unclear. It kind of seems like only one game might ever take advantage of that, really, other than just like, yeah, sorry, we didn't optimize this, or bad. You know. Alright, I'm clean with blood. It's not as satisfying, let me say. Oh, it is cool how, like, see Daisy. It is cool how your mop gets bloody. So down the buckets. All right, there we go. Then we can unblood our mop. I'll say it is cool how, like, you can run out of, like, mop capacity. Like, that is a realistic touch. I'll say, just, like, low-key, this so far is not quite on the level of, like, a, Am I leaving tracks everywhere? Someone left a bunch of tracks somewhere. Not me, though. My shoes are clean. Not quite as satisfying as like you know, a power wash simulator. Power wash simulator is definitely the best in this genre, just based on the 2 seconds impressions I have had with this game.
No, I signed up for this.
That's fucked up. But then again, this is maybe a little bit more of a... maybe a little bit more of an immersive sim. Has a little bit more going on than the previous game, you know? Or power wash, you know? It's not just your power washing. But also you gotta, like, clean the furniture and stuff. I don't know, is that a good thing? There's, like, more to do. What the fuck? It turned into... Alright. Sponge is pretty good. Okay, I can take it around with me, and that'll make cleaning up easier if I have this ready to go. I mean, maybe this is like a... These are totally my footprints, by the way. Maybe this is like a, unpacking type game, where it's like, oh, you know, you learn a little bit about the people who got killed and are doing the killing by the process of, like, cleaning up their messes. You know, you're basically experiencing a crime drama secondhand. I say that, but so far, like, all the plot is like, just the most surface level stuff, you know, just like, yeah, there was a guy here, you could get into the apartment this way. Thank you, man. You know, it just seemed like some jerk off, not really anything like substantial or nothing. There's been other games like this, right? Where I remember there being some space game where the idea was similar, that you were like cleaning up, I don't want to say space crimes, but I guess what I'm going for is space crimes. You were cleaning up like space crimes on a spaceship. It was like after an alien infestation or something, you know, you were like the cleanup crew. Fuck me. Know how you clean that water bucket. And don't just spill its contents over the fuck. Spill its contents over the ground. I guess maybe spilling the water is like a strategy. No, it's not. Doesn't work. You have detective vision. That's cool. Say so far, like, I think this is more my speed than Patrick Star game.
I need to talk to you. Can't we just do it over the phone? No, we can't. Stop sneaking around and drag your ass over here. Easy, bro. I am on my way.
Okay, so we'll get a little bit of story stuff from like.
Dead, and the other one is screwed.
Thank you for explaining to us what's going on. Yes, I understood that. That we were listening to the victim and murderee, the murderer and the murderer and the murdered. I got that video game. I wonder if you do get like the traditional, I mean I say the traditional, if you do get like a power washer eventually, and you can just like, fuck me! Actually do some power washing. Because I'll say, like, I enjoyed Power Wash Simulator. I wouldn't mind more power wash gameplay in games. That much is for sure. Mop this shit up. Funny that when your mop is full, but you can tell by the red thing, you know, in the thing. Oh, I see we have a whole checklist. This is very much like Patrick Star game, insofar as like, yeah, we have a checklist of things to do. You know, it's not just cleaning blood. We also have to, like, tidy up otherwise, fix the furniture, get upholstery back together. Make it look like nothing happened. This is a situation where you're playing the wolf. Except the wolf would have you know, Jules and Vincent take care of it. You know, he'd say like, I'm not here to
use a sponge.
I'm here to clean up your mess, but I'm not here to clean up your mess. This is on you. I'm here to tell you how to do it. You know.
Using mop here is pretty much as ineffective as mopping around.
It's literally working. I don't know what to tell you, motherfucker. Like, look at this shit. Well, it works until you run out of mop capacity. My mop was full up of blood, so I couldn't mop no more, but until that point, it was pretty fucking effective, let me say.
He kicked the habit himself, but hasn't stopped pushing the product.
New crime evidence? Oh. Right, well, I'm trying to erase evidence of a crime, so I gotta make sure that, like, all the evidence is gone. So, you know, there's, like, all phones collected. Murder weapon, presumably. Just makes sense. Here, I'll switch to sponge. Sponge about, but I think I got it.
Stabbed to death.
There's the
Allegedly
body.
in self-defense.
That's good. You know, if it's self-defense, that's allowed. That's nothing wrong with that. See no problems here. I need to... How come I can't grab it anymore? Do I need to switch to buckets? There we go. I need to switch. Switch to hands. Weird. Okay, so we drain it and then we refill it with clean water. Excellent. Also, we can do things like put together... I think I've seen in like footage of this game that you can like reassemble some of the bosses and stuff. Though I guess you could just throw it away. And like, hey, you know, it's just gone. It's just gone. Broken bottles. Things of that nature. Equip hands. How do you equip the fucking hands?
Tyler owed him a lot of money.
I'm really not interested in collecting garbage. You just look at the garbage and the button. I think in some cases you might have to like rearrange, reconstruct furniture. But I think in this case, we just throw it away. It's all just garbage. Now, where do I get rid of... Oh, pull out the bag. Oh, maybe you can, like, paint with when you're holding it down, then you do multiple at once. Doesn't feel great, let me say. Painting with the right trigger and then pulling a bunch at once. That's kind of... It's not as good as mopping, let's say.
Murder weapon. That letter T is pretty incriminating.
Physics. That's gotta go. Okay. We missed the wall over here. Maybe this is the part that needs the sponge. Specifically. I think that guy is as clean as he's getting.
Damn, he's heavy. What now? I guess I put him in my trunk.
Did you not see Pulp Fiction? Go get a rug. Do you really want to, like, be walking outside with a corpse? Like, just like fucking, you know... maybe it's a bad neighborhood. No, maybe no one cares. I mean, look at this crap. Look at this. This is a dirty-ass place. You could leave this as is and no one would know. No one would ever find out. No one's coming in here. No one's outside keeping an eye out for corpses being disposed. I think let's, looks like we're almost done. Or not? Okay, he found his way into my my flatbed and got bagged up as well by himself. Great, perfect. That's exactly what I meant to happen. I thought I would have to pick him up again or something. I don't know. Well, I'm pretty satisfied with this quick peek at this game. I don't know we need to spend a tremendous amount of more time here in Crime Scene Simulator, Cleanup Simulator or whatever. Let's finish off. We haven't finished disposing of the evidence. Let's we got stuff to do.
At least he didn't screw me over.
There's payments.
What the hell happened up there?
Gotta do more washing up. I keep spreading more blood around. Just like stepping in it. The fuck's my bucket? Seriously, where the fuck's my bucket? Oh, there it is. Oops. Fuck. Sure all these footprints are taken care of. I don't care for the footprints deal. Like, I feel like once you clean something, it should stay clean. But, I do find the idea that, like, oh, once you're full up on blood, you can just spread more of it. You know, you're doing more harm than good. I think that's funny. I think that's a good bit. I don't know. I can use my detective vision. That'll spot, like, remaining blood. I wish I could... There's a whole gimmick here of, like, oh, you have to put your tool away to grab buckets, and that's really inconvenient. You know, I feel like some amount of this can be automated. You know, some amount of this should be automated. Like, it's pretty clunky in a lot of little ways. Okay. Yeah, one thing here that we have yet to do is that after you can move all the objects back to where they're supposed to go. He has some... I mean, I don't know how he knows, like, which objects are out of place, which ones are just, you know, they are where they are. But, you know, put the stuff back. It's not a bad gimmick. Not a bad conceit. You know, like, oh, these couch cushions, they need to go back on. You know, we got this couch here. Surely these go with this couch, right? Where do these go? What couch is this from? Oh, maybe the chair over there? Not sure where those go, but this one definitely goes here. Oh.
That guy was clearly missing a screw. At this point, might as well sell some drugs on the side.
This guy's personality, he is no, the wolf. You know? He is no, Pulp Fiction, the wolf. Does the wolf have a first name, or is it just the wolf? I forget, it doesn't matter. Yo, that's classy.
I should clean it first.
Well, this is dirty shit. That's dirty table. You can use the, just do like a double tap or something on the double tap. Just pulling it up and letting it go will get you to hands, which is pretty good because hands is what you need to be on a lot of the time. The one cushion. This cushion got pretty far away. You know what? This... Eh? Correct me if I'm wrong, but... might be wrong. I was thinking this goes on that. Okay, I'm wrong. Really don't know where these cushions go. Why he has spare cushions, but whatever. You can only use your detective vision every once and again, which is kind of inconvenient. By kind of inconvenient, I mean it's very inconvenient. Where the hell does this thing go? Oh, there's blood on it. This could use like... oh, there is D-pad shortcuts for everything. In addition to the wheel. I was about to say it could use D-pad shortcuts, but it has them, so, you know. There you go.
I'm slowly growing tired of this?
Weird thing to say. Okay, put it where he needs to go, and then you can do the thing. Ugh. We're almost done. Oh, we gotta investigate attic. I didn't see there was an attic. I bet it's fine. Ugh. Where the hell is the last cushion? Missing a cushion. Take this out to this garbage out. I feel like this is good enough for this particular space. You know, like, no one's going to investigate too heavily in here. Like, it almost looks too neat now. Like, maybe we should have kept some of the broken bottles around. And it was probably, like, tainted by, evidence. You know, probably had some evidence in there. I don't know. I think the plot and the writing is a little bit, I want to say self-serious is how I would describe it. You know, like, it's a little bit like, okay, buddy, you're taking yourself really seriously. You really don't need to. You know, it's just a little bit much, like, easy now. Like, it's not, I don't know. Do you think a cleaner would be like this? I always picture, like, you know, obviously when you think of cleaners, you think of, like, the Wolf, you think of Mike Ehrmantraut, you think of, like, a really composed guy with sort of a gruff voice who says things like, I could really use a sponge. You know, and to be fair, he does have a gruff voice. You know, that much is true. But, like, that's just some idiot killing another idiot. Who cares, man? I mean, I don't know, you know, they're all just people. Maybe that's a dark way to look at it, you know. You're talking about your customers there. That's evidence. Oh, there's the thing. All the furniture is nearly back to where it needs to go. This is something.
What the actual fuck? Seems like our guy had another hobby.
Bonus body.
I feel sorry for you, but if cops were to come sniffing around, I could get in trouble.
Okay, yeah, no, that's as good as reason as any to dispose of a body. I agree. Yeah, you can't, you gotta get rid of it. I mean, why don't you just put it over here, in the abandoned unit over here, the evicted. This seems like a place where a body you would expect to find one. Honestly, this could not even be our guy. Maybe you talk to him and he'd be like, "Oh, I have an attic. You found a body in the attic? That's news to me. It's not mine. I'm not paying for it." You know, if he was smart, he'd be like, well, if he was smart, he'd say like, Okay, sure, yeah, I'll pay whatever you want me to pay. I understand that I have no leverage here. Let's see if this works this time. Instead of throwing it, I'll just release it. And by it, I mean body. It's so weird how it just sort of lays in there for a bit. Oh, maybe you're supposed to, like, lower the thing down and then just... Okay, come on now. How is this supposed to work? This time it's not working. Here we go.
Yesterday I was an ordinary janitor. Now I'm dragging a dead girl to my car.
Don't say that out loud.
People to look out for.
Leave the crime scene when you're ready. Not quite done yet. I'm pretty sure I have one more piece of furniture. And a little bit of blood. Hey, 100% blood, let's go! Now, where's the last, Also, I need to recollect my, my blood bucket. It's very important that I bring my blood bucket with me. Okay, that's that. Now, where's the last fucking piece of furniture? We did a pretty good job. You can barely tell that someone got murdered. Here. I guess this is one. I don't know where the fuck this goes, but... What the fuck? Okay, the final piece of furniture is bong. The bong has to go on the table, or else people will be suspicious that a murder happened. Okay, that's a bit too much, you know. The bong can just be on the other table, you know. There's not a right or wrong place to keep your bong, honestly. The floor is kind of the wrong place, to be fair, but like anywhere above that, like, yeah, no, that's fine. You can even keep it in a shelf if you want to be like a little bit discreet, you know. I don't know, I don't do any sort of that stuff, you know. I don't need any sort of that
in my car.
paraphernalia.
Still me behind the wheel?
Yes, it's still you, despite everything. Okay, think that's we got, what, 80% blood? No, we got 100% blood. The game told me I got 80% blood. Apparently I missed a body? I missed a body?
I'd better take another look.
Okay, let's seriously look around and see if we can find a third body. Seriously. Okay, that's interesting. So, you know, obviously, it's just based on, like, best judgment, you know? Just like, okay, are you ready to exit? You know, are you ready to go? I did not go into the attic. Okay, shit. That explains the problem. You know.
My stomach's already in knots. Looks
Okay,
like
yeah,
Rob's
he's a
real freak.
serial killer type. Also grows drugs, which I imagine in this particular state might be illegal.
Things change from really, really bad to absolutely horrible.
Yeah, it's not great.
That's very vintage. Just like me.
Okay, well, I think I got a good idea of how this all goes.
She was just a student.
She was just a student. I'm sort of torn between a 3 out of 5 and a 4 out of 5. I don't think this is anywhere near as good as, Power Wash Simulator. I think that it's a little bit too fiddly, you know. I feel like it could automate a few more things. And also, I think, like, all the writing is, like, so fucking cloying, you know. I feel like this game would be better if this motherfucker didn't say a word, if there was no story. But it's trying to do something or other with it, and I don't know. That's, yeah, I'll have to think about that. But, I'm thinking somewhere between a 3 and a 4 is where I, land on that. Let me go ahead and pull up the groups again, and let's pull up another game. Excellent. That was pretty dark, and I feel like after dark games, it is nice to play something less dark. So not Dredge. Not Dredge is next. Tempopo maybe. I'm thinking. You know what? I don't know how dark or mature Savage Planet is, but Revenge of the Savage Planet. There we go. Let me do it on the YouTube side as well. Where the fuck's my... There it is. Let me do it on YouTube side real quick like. Next up will be Revenge of the Savage Planet. This is actually a recent release. Unlike some of these other games that we've been playing, this one actually just came out. Let's go. Revenge of the Savage Planet. So this is a sequel to a previous Savage Planet game, which is also on Game Pass, and that I haven't played, you know, because it's loud. Take it down, take it down. Okay, hopefully that's good. Haven't played the previous game. I could have done on a Game Pass stream like tonight, but I didn't. So, you know, let's go, I guess. I don't know what to say. How's this audio? Is this audio level good? Yourself. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is good. I accept the policy. I have no idea what this is. Let's just go solo. Revenge of the Savage Planet. I don't know what the deal is with this. I did see that a website or media crew, I did see that Nextlander has been playing this, and you know, hey, more power to them. I like those fellows a lot. I did not watch any of this. I don't know what the deal is.
VP of a brand new division of the world's largest corporation, Alta Interglobal, and I am excited to welcome you to our newest initiative, Alta Interstellar. While you may only know us as the largest and most successful holding company in the known universe, we have recently set our sights on a new goal: the colonization of space. This is why we acquired your...
Did that just say ASCII?
Kindred Aerospace, and why you are now shuttling your way between the stars to
Ugh.
your new home. With our patented Altaport technology, we instantly teleported all the equipment needed for your new settlement directly to your chosen planet. And while we would have loved to do the same for you, our current technology tends to liquefy biomass.
Oh no!
Instead, you have been sleeping soundly and deeply for around a century in one of our patented Alta crypods.
Well, that was probably a good idea.
But for you, it passed in an instant. And what a small price to pay for such an amazing adventure. You will be the very first settler on this previously unexplored planet. After landing, all you need to do
So what's the deal with this?
and gather your gear. Then you can begin to
Is this a, you know, survival game?
Functioning community.
Is this like an Astroneer?
Soon send dozens of fresh-faced colonists your way.
What's the deal? I'm
I'm
not a big survival game person, you know. Like, the more complicated, the more stuff there is to do, the more I just, you know, don't quite grapple with it, don't quite, kind of lose interest, you know, kind of just get overwhelmed. That's cute. New Florida. A road sign in space. That's fun. I changed the game, yeah? Yep, I did. Okay. Audio still good? Maybe just a touch lower. Do it right there. Okay, let's see what this game is all about. You know, like, fucking 3 hours into a stream, what I'm kind of looking for is something lightweight, something a little bit, just get into it real fast, like. Oh, this is third person.
While that landing wasn't as smooth as we would have liked, like any major event, it can also offer a change of perspective.
Alright, you run around.
My name is Echo, and I will be your companion on this adventure. Like a faithful hound, I will attend to you, alerting you to dangers and opportunities as they
Okay.
arise. Look at this
Okay.
place.
Don't
Gorgeous.
touch those
Well
guys.
set for all that burning wreckage. A perfect spot for another
No
rip-roaring
friend.
adventure. What will we discover? Hopefully our habitat. I'm picking up a faint signal over those cliffs. Onwards, brave explorer.
Okay, I'll go towards the waypoint.
An obstacle, a tiny cliff. Unfortunately, even that is too difficult for your weak, fleshy body right now. Maybe we should look around the wreckage back there for something.
Oh boy.
Like a ladder or something. Go scan it all. Okay,
I'm not.
This area looks promising. Let's
Yeah.
see some junk.
What did you say? Oh, I gotta scan some junk. I mean, I like to scan in like
It appears our ship's 3D printer is still functional despite its sudden descent.
I like scanning in Metroid Prime.
Let's see what's available.
Don't know. Maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. Scan some stuff. Oh, I should probably move. I'm in the same corner as stuff. I'll move over here for now. This seems like a good corner to be in. Man, I don't know. Jump pack.
Yup, that's the one. Jump thrusters are what we need. Oh, but we'll need to gather some basic resources in order to print this. Which
Okay.
shouldn't be a problem. Let us poke at the nearby wildlife.
Do what?
An educated settler is a successful settler. And a crucial element of our mission on this planet is to catalog this pristine alien ecosystem into our Kindex database. So go ahead, switch on your scanner and scan a creature or some funky plant. Anything interesting, really.
Okay, I can do that. I'll say that, like, I don't know what it is about this, but, and, like, the genre in general. But, like, as I play this, I get an overwhelming sense of, like, oh, this seems like a lot. This seems like a whole lot. This seems like, more than I'm looking for right now. I don't know. I'm just getting a real knee-jerk sense of like, okay. Okay, I can melee stuff. And it explodes.
I feel a bit sad about that, not gonna lie. Okay, now I feel kind of bad about all that. But bad in a satisfied way because
Okay, I get it.
the beach and we have things to print.
Is that robot gonna talk like the whole game? Honest question. Not sure if that's if I'm into that, you know? What the hell?
Carbon, the building blocks of life as we know it. Okay, that's enough. Head back to the printer and get crafting.
Okay. I have headed back to the printer and I will get crafting. Zoot jump thrusters.
Indeed. Now we should be able to clear those cliffs and continue looking for our
Oh
habitat.
boy, I have a double jump. It's a decent enough double jump. Feels alright. Gives you some good height.
I have faith in you. Jump, jump.
You can
Jungle. Nice. And
you
so
can
close to the
vault
beach.
a little
Now,
bit.
where is that
I don't know. I guess a thing about these Game Pass streams, which is like an inherent like weakness of them, is like games that require a big investment, you know? It's like when you're 3 hours in and you're like, okay, I'd like to play like a bunch of more games actually. And ideally find something that like kicks ass and I'm just like immediately in. And I can have like 20 minutes with and have a great time. You know, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
As much as I hate to admit it, this feels like a time to craft yourself a weapon.
You know, on some level, it's like, okay, maybe...
I am detecting some promising mineral formations nearby.
Maybe the plants?
Search the area.
You know, maybe,
Okay, so your standard explorer gear comes with a short-range survey tool that acts a bit like a sonar. Not only
maybe I should consider, like, instead of having these big, long Game Pass streams where I try, like, a bunch of them, you know, maybe occasionally I should just have more just like, okay, this is one Game Pass game. Just a random Game Pass game. Let's try Revenge of the Savage Planets and, like, actually spend, like, the time it needs to, like, get into it. And then when I'm done with this game, the stream is over. You know, that'd be an interesting way to... That maybe would be a better way to cover games like this, and I'll say, like, I have thought about... I've been thinking about getting, like, a PS2 with, like, access to a bunch of, like, old PS2 games. A Magic PS2 that has, like, those games all, like, built in or something, you know? Not like a PS Classic, no, like, you know, something made by the Wizards of Etsy. And I think that if ever, you know, I did that, I think it'd be cool to be, like, just... less like this and more like, yeah, like what I was saying. Just like, okay, let's check out Jak and Daxter. Just a stream where I play Jak and Daxter for the first time, and, that's, you know, that's all it is, right? Maybe that'd be cleaner. Maybe that'd be better. Maybe even for these streams that'd be better, but... I don't know, man. Like, part of Game Pass is having access to all these games, and it's just... You know, the obvious reasons why I do streams like this is that I like a variety stream, but, like, usually if to do a variety stream requires, you know, if you want to, like, bounce around, you gotta, like, have... You know, you got to, like, pay for that shit. Whereas, like, with Game Pass, it's like, it's included with the price of admission, you know? I suppose, you know, there are people who just do whatever, you know, as far as that stuff goes, and clearly if I did get a PS2 with that situation going, I would just be doing whatever, but, like, it just feels like I kind of like being on the up and up and just being like, yeah, no, I'm playing games that I have access to. I did not need to pay for them, so if they're bad, that's, you know, it's not a problem. I don't mind. But if they're good, they're like, you know, really good. Oh, it's like pinging where the aluminum is. It's over there. These rocks are aluminum.
Nice! Those veins are rich in the kind of materials required to 3D print new stuff, which you'll need to do if you want to get off this rock.
I don't like this robot.
Comfortably wait for the ravages of old age.
I'm tired of this robot. Let me just make sure that everything's good on as far as sound goes. I'm gonna mute all the sound for a second. Give me 1 second. The timing of this of that sound effect doesn't look right. But I guess it's just you know, it is what it is. Just a game. Kinda looks like brains, these things. I mean, why not? If you want to fill a space, like, the way that a brain looks is a perfectly good play, a perfectly valid way to fill a space like that, so why not? Also, maybe they could be brains.
More aluminium. Glorious! Okay, that's enough.
Ugh.
Let's get the printer and get our problem-solving projectile launching apparatus.
Okay. Let's see what this game is like when you have a gun.
Armed and dangerous. Do you feel safer now? Because I don't. Those crystals better watch out.
These guys are immune to gun. You know, some things just aren't up people's alley, and, you know, I'll say, like, on some level, a lot of the time, it's like, oh, I haven't really given it a chance, you know, I haven't really played X game, I haven't really, like, you know, even if I haven't played X game, I haven't, like, put in the time to actually finish X game, get deep into X game.
Remember, there is nothing in Alpha's various directives that stops you from hunting them, or avoiding them, or even eating them.
Uh-huh.
Don't let those flies bully you. Defend yourself.
This is a really nice looking game. This combat is like okay. I'll say, like, as far as nice things to say about this game, the way that it looks is fantastic. You know, it has a good vibe to it. The creatures are like nice looking. It's funny when you shoot something and it turns into goo. Like, what's the deal with that? I guess that's their blood. I guess that's their blood. Their blood and viscera is green on this planet.
Oh, I'm detecting a very potent edible organism nearby. You should seek it out for science. But make sure to scan it first, just in case.
No, I'm just gonna eat it.
Okay, so you're a foodie, willing to eat anything. No need for information on its nutritional value. I can respect that. Anyway, you should now feel stronger, faster, and fitter. Neat. If you see another of these laying about.
The traversal is alright. You know, it kind of feels alright to run around.
We were supposed to be nestled safely inside the habitat after waking up from cryo-sleep. But obviously we are not. Judging by the debris we saw earlier, our ship disintegrated on entry to the atmosphere.
Okay, so is there a...
Our focus needs to should be on finding it or replacing it. But that is a task for future you. Present day you still needs to find the habitat.
Okay, let's find the habitat.
Blocked again. We'll need to rely on your keen sense of observation once more, my best new friend.
Oh boy. Every time it asks me to do something, it's kind of annoying. Looks like this time though, it's okay. I was thinking this guy would like explode or something. Oh no, I feed it to the tree. What the fuck? The toad tree. The frog tree.
I love it. And feeding it seems to have encouraged it to withdraw the roots obstructing your path. Keep feeding it.
How come, where'd my gun go? Oh, D-pad. This maybe is less annoying than previous, bits. I don't know. Get these grubs. It's a great looking game, and the fact that a lot of the colors are so bright and, you know, contrasty means that it's easy to, like, see, like, oh, there's another pink guy over there. I need another pink worm. It's exactly what I'm, exactly what I'm looking for. Which is good design, but still doesn't really, like, get me over, like, you know, it doesn't get me over. That's like a phrase, right? Over. Oh, am I over the ammo and stuff? I am over the ammo and stuff, or like the... I'll move, not there. Move, here. And also, move a little bit inward so that the, green screen isn't on screen. What can you do about that? I make it so that, below a certain height, the green screen doesn't green screen, so that I can wear t-shirts that have green on it a little more easily, but when the camera moves a little bit to follow me, it can be just a little bit awkward. Should really have a little more lenient, a little more like, needs to be more of a green zone on this side. That chroma key's out. Oh, I should adjust.
We should be getting really
I'll probably adjust eventually.
Ah, there it is. Just head down there and we can finally get comfortable and relax.
That's cool.
And then we get to work.
New Florida and Outer Colony. I like the personality of the game a lot. There's like a... You know, obviously you're doing this as part of a big megacorp, but there is like a distinctly American, like, vibe to how this colony is set up, right? It's distinctly American, like, infrastructure to it, you know? Like the signage, the vibes, the welcome. You know, it very, you know, reminds me of living in America. What the fuck? Are our signposts really that unique? No, they can't be. Everyone else probably has similar signs. Road signs, directional signs. But it does feel like, modern in a funny way. I mean, I guess that is like very much, you know...
Gorgeous. Head on inside. Remember to wipe your feet.
That sign is very much like New Vegas, right? Like, very much just like... roadside attraction is the vibe. That's a good corporate bullshit slogan. Because, yeah, you know, there's like a wholesome side to it, but also it's so clearly like dystopian. Families as fuel, basically.
And we want to let you know how much we appreciate your commitment to the Alta Interglobal Way. Unfortunately, however,
I like the FMVs.
We hope you, however, are alive and that you managed to arrive safely with all your possessions and equipment.
Wait, did this fire me?
To ask you to send it all back to us, but I am pleased to announce that the shipping costs were prohibitive, so you can keep them. All warranties are void, of course. So while our initial visions of spreading new Alta interglobal colonies across the universe may be on hold, we trust you enjoyed your time with the company. Further information will be sent via email to your Habitat computer.
That's very funny.
Boss once told me, you can visit Pity
City, but you can't live there, so make the most of it.
What the fuck? I don't care for the robots, but like, you know, the FMV is good.
Well, that's mildly disappointing and a little distressing. I guess we're on our own now? But
yeah, well,
business is business.
doesn't make much of a
If you
difference.
kindly authenticate yourself on the computer terminal, there is a one-time setup to complete in there.
Are we good? Well, let's see a little bit more of this. This maybe is funny.
First things first. You found my
Whoopsie daisy.
I can or that.
Or
I am Groot.
I can sound like this.
Sure, sound like that.
Everything looks in order. We are good to go.
A new beginning, a found farewell. Alta Interglobal has recently completed their acquisition of Kindred Airspace. Kindred is united with the biggest company the universe has to offer. Welcome to Alta Interstellar. Goodbye from Alta Interstellar. As you know, space travel has proven to be more expensive and more complex than initially thought. We have sorry to ship you 100 light years away. We do wish you the very luck in your new home. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, you know. 100 years... 100 years passes and just... 100 years passes and everything changes in the meantime. What the hell can you say?
Fabulous! We are up and running! I will now deploy the external comms dish to help connect us to...
The male voice is like doofier. I kind of like it. I don't know.
The dish is up, but nothing is working! I think I'll need you to go check it out.
Sounds a lot more oafish, which is fun.
According to your contract, you can redecorate this part of your habitat whenever you want. However, you can only do it with Altabucks. There should be coupons somewhere around here, but they appear to have been redistributed across the planet. Go get them.
Anyway, I guess we're kind of on our own, so, like, you know, what the fuck? They can't do anything to us. They can't help us, we can't help them. This whole concept maybe was a little bit ill-advised in the first place. I'm satisfied with that look. I'm somewhere between a 4 out of 5 and a 3 out of 5, I think. I think that's pretty good. I feel like, especially with the personality there, it has some stuff that has kind of sold me on, like, the idea, on, like, the concept. But not enough to overcome my, like, not wanting to invest the time. You know, games like this, they're co-op time sinks, right? Like, you could do some co-op and you could spend, like, dozens and dozens of hours just like, okay, we're going for this gun now. We're going for this thing. You know, we're going forward. We're doing this. And you could spend a lot of time in this game, and I'm not going to. I'm going to do other things. Realizing now we can't actually see the full list from there, so games at the bottom are off the table. What's next? Shady Part of Me. Let me edit the YouTube again. Give me 1 second. Shady Part of Me. This one was just added to Game Pass very recently, so it's not new or nothing. But I think I remember this being. I remember seeing this. I remember seeing it was sort of like a platformer where you platformed in the shadows. You platformed in like the positive and negative space made by shadows. So that's cool. Again, the Shady Part of Me. I might be misremembering. That might be not what this game is. Let's find out. Or I might have just confused this with another game that I saw years and years ago. I think this is that. I think this is that neat little platformer. How's the volume? How's it? Yeah, that's great. Pump it up a little bit. Yeah. Round about there. Okay. Think that ought to be good. Does that say? No, that's 13 decibels. That's unlucky. Little louder. There we go. Go a little bit louder. I don't do 13. If ever it's at 13 decibels, that's just a no deal. It seems to be telling a story. I liked it better when I was on the ground. Is this not the game where you, like, move shadows around? With no one to push me, try. Are we about to, like... There's a rewind mechanic. Kind of like a braid. I was here again. A rewind mechanic. Weird. And again. This is not the game I expected to be, honestly. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. Whatever game it is where you like, Oh, let me, move down here. Whatever game it is where you do environmental puzzles and, like, move sources of light around and, like, adjust the perspective so that, like, you platform in shadows. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. There's, like... Hang on, this... Well, this is not entirely dissimilar. We are platforming in real spaces, it looks like. Maybe this is that game. I'm not sure. Fear, 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 fear. This might be a little bit too, of them. Might be a little bit too, story for what I'm looking for right now. I don't know. It seems like it's a little much, you know? Not that that's like a criticism, you know? It's like, braid. I mean, braid is that to a fault, right? Like, braid definitely takes that too far. Witness. Those are games that are pretentious in their bullshit. How's the volume good? Oh yeah, it's fine. Yeah, this is definitely not... This is definitely a different game, okay. Even when it's 3D, it's different from... I mean, you know, this is one of those cases where, like, you know, half remembering a different game.
Something is missing, and something is new.
Voice acting. Hey, That's nice. Now I don't have to read what it says anymore. This is one of those cases where I had an expectation based on misremembering a different game. What is that game with the perspective and stuff? Let me see if I can get my phone on screen. I didn't set that up before the stream. It might be that that software is not running. I don't think that software is running, but like a game where you platform in shadows. AI has a wrong answer. No, that's not the one. Point of view. What was that game? Shadow Point? No, that's not it. Well, I put point in there, so now it's just showing me Shadow Point. Like, that's the thing. Game where you platform on silhouettes. No, that's not it. No, I don't know. I don't remember what that game was, and I never played it, but it's not this. I can tell you that for sure. I'm pretty sure it's not this, but this does seem very well made. I'll say, for like an artsy-fartsy story game.
Back then I had to hide in the shadows, where nobody could see me. The light was dangerous.
Oh. So it's sort of like a stealth game? I mean, I'll say a rewind button in a stealth game is incredibly useful. You know? Like, a problem with stealth games is, like, once you get caught, it's like shit ass, because it's like, oh, I just lost a bunch of progress, a lot of crap. Whereas in this case, like, oh, I get caught up, I can just be like, oh, back to the past. Oh, I stepped into the light, or a light came on around me. Oh. Rewind back to right before, and it's, you know, foolproof. That's pretty good. I assume there's gonna be, like, some... I assume also that there are ways to, like, manipulate these shadows and these... to get, like, safe spaces to work in. That's cool as well. One problem with streams like this, I'll say, is that, you know, I try out a bunch of games and... for sure, some of them are actually pretty good. And then I, you know, after the stream is over, I go like, well, I got like 20 hours more of Clair Obscur to play, as well as Doom the Dark Ages, so like, actually I don't have time for like, any game but those two maybe.
They were waiting.
Unless something really just like blows my
They were looking.
you know, blows me away.
They were probably judging all the time. How innocent. Naive. Limited. Stubborn.
This is well made.
And very, 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 very alone.
Like, you know... Switch characters. Oh, okay. Is this the game that I was thinking of? Where you can platform in the shadows as well as in the... move around in the real world? I mean, it looks a lot more dynamic than I remember that one being. I think that one looked a little bit more like a proof of concept, whereas this one is a lot more sophisticated. Honestly, playing this, I can't help but think like, yeah, no, this is like
looking for the exit.
this is like genuinely good. This is like I mean, I don't know that I have the time for it, but this is at least a 4 out of 5, if not a 5 out of 5. You know. Like, it's kind of cool to switch between characters to make safe spaces for yourself to walk through. It is a lot of walking, to be fair. You know. But, like, I do think there's, like, artistic merit here. I think, like, the artsy-fartsy is, like, artsy-fartsy in a good way. You know, there's substance here. It's beautiful. What the fuck? Like, the art style is fantastic. The way that the, rewind is just so useful is excellent. There's a lot that recommends this game, you know. There's a lot of stuff that I can say that makes me go like, yeah, this is a class act. And sort of the tragedy of it is like, well, you know, trying a bunch of games and being like, yeah, this is good, doesn't make time for more games in my life, especially with you know, there being other games and all that I already have on my plate and side things that I need to work on.
Maybe I'll be okay.
How long is this? That's a question I would ask, honestly. What? Oh. Stepped on the thorns. Platforming is pretty, you know, mid, but, it's okay, you know, it doesn't feel great. It's kind of floaty. It's serviceable, is how I would describe it. Gets the job done. Really, I have, no complaints. The way that the environments all draw in is really cool. Yeah, I think this is a top-notch game. I think this is a 5 out of 5. Oh, that's interesting. You can... That's what happens when your buddy is being killed while you are, gallivanting. The music is pretty good. This is good. This is really good. How much should we play? Seriously, like, you know, I do want to try more other games tonight. I do want to keep this rolling. It is coming up on midnight. How long do we want to go? 1 a.m., 2 a.m. is fine. I could go like 5 hours, 6 hours. at some point gotta be thinking about like what's the finale? What's the last one to look at? This is not quite the game I was expecting, but it's better than the game I was expecting, so, you know. Big shrug.
Just a bit more.
Yeah, yeah. Is that like an elevator? Well, that's might be, you know, a good stopping point for a first look at this for that. Yeah, you signed up for that. You hit the button. That's pretty cool. That's a fun bit. I like what just happened. It makes me smile.
Hello, train.
Hello, train. I want to poke the head in. I want to know what the hell is up with train. So the train moves based on where I am. I turn off light. So it's doing some like good puzzles around the whole gimmick. It has, honestly, this is kind of like a 3D Braid, except better and less pretentious. I mean, it's more prestigious, but it's less pretentious, if that makes sense. You know, it's a little bit less wanky. I don't know if that's I don't know if that makes sense. I'll say, but it makes a better first impression than like Braid does, and has a lot of the same puzzle solving gimmick. You know, this is sort of like that perspective game that I can't remember the name of, that I never played myself, combined with Braid, and you know, I think that's great. I think that's really good. I think that's actually fantastic. I don't know what to say other than, like, I'm impressed, and I don't know if I can figure out this puzzle right now. I don't know what's making the light. I don't know, like, where I would stand to, like, get the light to go away. This puzzle, stumps me, but that's fine, because I did say, like, that was a pretty good stopping point for this game. I'm quite impressed. I would love to find time to play more. Like I said, combination of shadow perspective game that I can't remember the name of, that I thought was this game, and Braid, and that's turns out to be a combination that's definitely better than Braid, and probably better than that other game as well. Next up, let's see now. The one I was saying earlier that I am very curious in is 9 Souls. Let's do 9 Souls. 9 Souls. Oh, that's Souls. It's Souls like sons. Okay. Not 9 souls as in, souls. Let me adjust the game on the YouTube as well. Just seems like a... I don't know, like, how much the game title is, like, you know, factored into the algorithm on YouTube, you know. But, it's not a bad idea to keep on top of that and keep it updated as we go forward. Okay. I'll say also maybe I could stand to take breaks during moments like this where I'm switching the games out, but it's like half a second, you know. If you're watching the VOD later, the next timestamp indicates when I'm done switching over, so yeah. Speaking of, 9 Souls. 9 Souls is the next game. This has been one that's... Oh, that's probably loud. This has been one... I'm gonna take it down. I'll adjust as we go. This has been one that's been on, you know, Game Pass for a while. And, you know, I've done many streams where I just passed right by it and just, you know, not tried it out. And I'll say, yesterday, I saw a Second Wind video where Yahtzee Croshaw was talking about Souls-likes, and he recommended this game. He said in particular this is a game he was really enjoying, and I saw 2 seconds of gameplay, and it looked a little bit like Hollow Knight, which made me go like, oh, hey, I like Hollow Knight. I really enjoyed Hollow Knight. Is this like a Hollow Knight? If this is like a Hollow Knight, that sounds really good. Let's check it out. I know I just said with the previous game that I don't know I have time for additional games to play, but man, I don't know. There's like a couple weeks before the Switch 2. Player Obscure is like just one game I'm playing, but you know, I could use some podcast games. I could use something to play while I'm like, you know, watching content. Not really that much into podcasts though recently, I'll say. You know, even with the Return of Giant Bomb, I feel like, I don't know, maybe just like the Bombcast. I just am less interested in hearing about like what every game is that's out, you know, without necessarily seeing video footage of them. I'd rather see quick looks than hear about things without seeing them on podcasts. I feel like maybe gaming podcasts are just a thing I'm not as into right now. Whereas I just prefer like a stream or a video or a, you know, if there is a video version, I'd do that before the podcast. That and like, you know, being remote 2 days a week, you know, hybrid style, means that I have less time for podcasts and more time for videos, you know? Oh, wow, this is beautiful. I mean, I think it was kind of pretty beforehand, but like, as the color came up, it's like legitimately beautiful looking. Is this just a pre-rendered like animated cutscene? Is it not indicative of how the game looks? I suppose it could be not indicative of how the game looks. But like, if that's the style of the game, that's a good style. Okay, this is more... I mean, it's good, but like, more normal. I'm not really in the mood for plot right now. Let's run around here. Yep, the running and jumping feels good. If you sword on the ground, you have to like stop in place. But if you sword in the air, that's not a limitation. You know, you can move and jump. Feels good. You can like climb up edges. You can like, you know, sort of like You can't wall jump, but you can mantle a little bit. There's a dead person's note. This might be more of a Soulsy game than perhaps even Hollow Knight, but I'm curious. You know, I haven't played that many Souls-likes, but the couple I have been able to get into, Hollow Knight, Tunic, is there a third? The couple that I've been able to get into are fantastic. I thought that the Jedi Fallen Order games were okay. I finished the first one and got like a couple hours into the second one, and then was like, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going. I'm lost. Okay, I'm done. And I'm tired of just, you know, going through the same rooms and fighting the same dudes. It's kind of not fun to me anymore. You know? There's not that much there, you know? It needs to be like, if you have to fight the same dudes over and over again, it has to feel good enough where you don't mind doing it again and again and again and again. Looks like we're getting a flower. That's fine. Looks like green walls you can climb up. That's cool. That feels good. You start off with a grappling hook. Kind of works like the, kind of looks like, works like, there's a grappling hook like in Ori 2, Will of the Wisps, right? Kind of like that, where you grapple through some points and go to the other side. Okay, I'll say, the combat doesn't feel... Definitely no Shovel Knight, or not Shovel Knight, Hollow Knight. Definitely no Hollow Knight. Definitely no Dead Souls or Dead Cells. Not that Dead Cells is a, you know, that's a completely different genre, but like if we're talking like, you know, what I expect from how 2D action combat should feel, it should feel something like that, I feel like. You know, I guess I'll say like, oh, you gotta dodge on the right trigger, that's nice. I guess I should say, like, a lot of the roguelikes I've played have been pretty loosey-goosey as far as, like, you know, you have pretty good control and pretty good, like, mobility in, like, Tunic and Hollow Knight, you know? They're games where you are empowered to like, attack people and just be kind of loosey-goosey with it, you know? And just do what feels right. Whereas, like, the traditional Souls-like formula is more just, thorns in the ass. You know, it's supposed to be a little bit... And I don't know, like, what the hell, like, if this is, like, really... something that's essential to the genre, but it's supposed to be a little bit clunky. To give you something to overcome. To make it so that dodging is essential. And you have to, like, really be on your shit. I don't know. I don't think that's universal. I feel like, you know, there's I don't play that many of the, like, traditional Souls-like games, you know. But, like, I think something like a Ghost of Tsushima, like some of those games where it's like, you know, sword fighter. I mean, they're all swords games. They all have swords in them, but, you know, some games where you're playing is more like a samurai type running around. I bet some of those are more good feeling, you know, a little bit more responsive. And people still like that. I really don't care to engage in dialogue here. I kind of just want to explore, game, and stuff. I'll say again, that's the problem with doing a 5-hour stream where, like, you try out 7, 8, 9 games, you know. How many have we done so far? We've done a bunch. Is that, like, after so many of them, you're like, okay. After, like, one of them, you're like, okay, well, No more dialogue. I'm ready for a game to just be started now. I don't want to start off with the start of the game anymore. I mean, it seems lovely. The writing is like, pretty good, you know? It's not bad. I'll say that. I should try reading more of it. I like how my guy is a little bit terse. That means his responses are short, which is helpful because, you know, I don't want to read that much. That's a good character trait to have when you're tired of reading. Just like, man, a few words. The butterflies from the previous game, excellent. Really well animated. It looks great. Feels good. Combat aside.
Okay.
8-man facility. Seems like there's a lot going on. As far as this world goes, I don't know why you're a dog or a fox. Seems like everyone else is just a human, so you sort of hide your face. Lovely. I'm gonna sleep the fuck in on Saturday before that stream. Let me say, the Saturday stream will be going long, ideally. The birthday stream. But, no, should be good. Starting at 4 p.m. is the plan. Okay, I'm ready to game to start. Okay. Oh. They're off to their grammage. Is this a grammage? Yes, this is a grammage! It's literally a grammage! This is exactly a grammage. What the hell? To be clear, if anyone doesn't know, grammage is a thing in Clair Obscur, as a reference to Clair Obscur. I was thinking grammage when I saw the flowers that are pinned to their jackets, but they literally turned into petals there. Actually, the second one just got their head eaten, didn't they? Maybe it varies based on the person, whether you get grammage or you, you know, it rejects you or something. I don't know. Comic panel. Oh, no grammage for her. We're stopping this grammage. Okay, no grammage here. Is grammage an actual thing in like mythology or something? Is it not a word that Clair Obscur made up? Oh God, spare us. They're talking to the gods, not to us. I don't understand either. Apparently we're going to a dungeon to, like, sort out this whole god situation. There's a parry. And then you can, you got a healing pipe. So you got parry, and once you parry, you can talisman. How do I detonate that shit? Okay, so you gotta hold it down after charging through. I'll say, like, I'm not the biggest fan of parrying. In general, it's not, how I love to do things, you know? If if you say, like, okay, you can parry this guy and learn his attacks and parry him, or you can, like, just, you know, dodge out of range and just, like, stab him a bunch of times. Like, I'd rather just, like, do a Castlevania and, like, just in and out, you know, stab, stab, stab. You know, in a Castlevania, oftentimes you're, like, jumping in, stabbing, drifting out as he begins to do his attack. You know, rinse, repeat. Whereas, oh, keep holding. This seems pretty good. It also seems like a game that, like, leans into parts of, this that aren't really my jam. Not really having a problem parrying, though, you know? I'll say, like, I've been having much more problem with Clair Obscur as far as parrying goes. I'm really not good at parrying. I've basically given up parrying at this point and just went exclusively with dodging. And, like, even then, I'm struggling to, like, I'm struggling to, get through, you know? And finding the time to, like, grind levels and get up to where I need to be, quote-unquote, to, like, go to the next area feels difficult. Okay, I talked to this guy. They just gave me a little tutorial since I died. That's fine. That's fair. This seems like a solid game. Also, you can't be parrying. You can't parry while you're already sorting, so, you know, you sort of want to, like, take it easy, I guess. And why even sword when you can just immediately, like, kill them? They just immediately die like that. Is there a map? Yes, there is. I've gotten so like, I'm so early on. I literally just have one room. It's hardly anything to go off of. Like, I assume this is gonna be a little bit exploration-y. But I don't know, maybe it's like... Alright, peace pipe. D-pad. Got it. Oh, I got dodge crimson attacks. You know, I'll say, like, I don't care for that convention, honestly. In all these games where it's like, okay, you got these attacks that are unblockable, these attacks that are unparryable. It's just like, I don't know, man. I don't look at the color of an attack as it's coming in. You know, I kind of like what Clair Obscur does, where it's like, Clair Obscur with like, oh, it's an icon that says jump, idiot. Like, that's a little bit more my speed than just like, hey, it's red. Instead of the other color that it is, you know. You know, when I hear like, oh, red means this and the other, I don't even remember there being other colors. Except for... I don't even remember the other colors. Yeah. I'm tired of fighting these guys. And I don't have to, so let's just charge ahead. Kinda hard to dodge. I think I don't really love in games like this is when you can't really just dodge things using skill. Maybe you can, I just dodge the thing using skill. You know, it's harder to dodge things using skills versus just like, oh, you know, dodge at the right time, you know. I'd rather just like move out of the way and have that be the thing. Rather than having to use a skill every time. I mean, I guess I'll say, like, so far, obviously, like, it's hard to do it this way, but you can do it just, like, moving around normal style rather than just dodging. A game that I feel like is really suffers for that is, like, Spider-Man, where, like, yeah, literally the attacks will home into you if you don't dodge or parry. And it's just like, man, I feel like I should just be able to jump really good. Like, I don't care that like dodging is like everything in these games. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm tired of fighting these guys. They're pretty basic, and the gameplay is like not that complicated, you know? It's just... not that complicated, you know? It doesn't feel that good where I'm down to, like, do it 100 a dozen times. But also I can just run past everyone and we can see, like, what comes after waving vaguely this. I recovered something. Some resource, apparently. Nice. Okay. Well, that's 9 souls. Seems like a more on the side of roguelike than platformer. the combat really isn't as satisfying as, like, say, your, then say, why isn't, what happened to, it's weird that that game isn't on quick resume, the Shady Part of Me that we played. We did play that, but, whatever. So we played now 6 games? Not bad. Very nice. Very good. Let's keep on trucking. It's a little past midnight now. We should be thinking like, what is last game? How many more should we try? Etc. But for now, I remember hearing some really good things about Dredge. So that'll be the next one. Let me enter that into Twitch and YouTube real fast. Final thoughts. Final thoughts about Nine Souls. Seems more like a Souls-like than I would like. You know, seems a little bit monotonous in the way that, like, these games are. You know, obviously, it's not that difficult, right? If you just have patience and perseverance and, like, you know, take your time. But it's just like, yeah, it's so vanilla that, like, you know, the third, fourth time I'm fighting the same dudes, I'm like, I'm so done, and I don't like these conventions. I feel like just for the production values, it might rise to like a 4 out of 5 in my books, but you know, it's hard to justify that when I play just like the first checkpoint to checkpoint stretch, and I just go like, bleh. You know, I just go like, I don't know. I'm going to say 3 out of 5. I'm going to say 3 out of 5 for that one. Dredge. Dredge is the next game. Let's go. I believe this is game number 7. Unless I'm miscounting. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how many games we played. I remember hearing really good things about Dredge, and I feel like in my head, those things are mixed up with Dave the Diver. I'm pretty sure this isn't Dave the Diver, so we're not managing a restaurant. I think we do go underwater? I don't know. Should I get a replacement battery? Let me get a replacement battery real fast. Quick break, and then we'll start Dredge. All right, let's go. Quick break's over now. I got new batteries in my controller. Ooh. Oh, you gotta hold it down to make it go. So what's the deal with Dredge then? It's a really nice looking game. Has a really distinct art style to it. Really distinct art style. That's a great art style. I have no idea what the gameplay of this game is. I just know that people are pretty hot on it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, so it's a time management game. There's like a calendar. Visual novel. This guy's saying something. Your boat's damaged. Your stuff was moved to a crap vessel. But, we can go out to sea and go a-sailing. Got a big ol' inventory here. Got a light. I can fish. Oh, I see. timing minigame there. I got like a Resident Evil style like inventory system. That's cool. You know, I'm beginning to think if I'm remembering things people were saying about this game, isn't this like the sort of thing where like, oh, you know, there's big mysteries to uncover, and it turns out to be a lot more than what it first seems, you know? It's not just a fishing game, but also, you know, you begin to dredge up, like, secrets that should not be, you know, like some real Lovecraftian style shit. And as I'm playing this now, I'm beginning to wonder, like, is any of that gonna, like, start up in the first, like, 30 minutes of the game? Probably not, right? You probably have to get a weekend for that. This is pretty chill, though. Definitely one of the better fishing games that I can think. I mean, I'll say, like, I don't think I played any traditional fishing games, come to think of it, so I guess, like, maybe I can't really speak to that. Like, what fishing games have I played? Ridiculous Fishing, which is ridiculous, you know, that's a... Ridiculous Fishing fucking kicked ass. It's a shame that it's not, you know, it's one of those iPhone games that doesn't work anymore because it's too old, on modern phones. I think maybe, didn't they remake it or something? I don't know if that happened or if I'm just misremembering. But that was cool, you know, you'd like, basically you'd like dodge fish on the way down. You would, basically, like the first fish that you hit would end your fish hook going down, and then you could, once you had a fish on your hook, you could reel it in, and it was a it's too late. We need to go back in. Once you had a fish on your hook, you would try to get as many other fish on the way up. So there was a neat mechanism there of like, okay, there was a good dynamic there. There was a good dynamic there of like, the push and pull of like, okay, you need to dodge things on the way down, and you need to not dodge things on the way up, and also then they're all launched into the air and you shoot them with a gun by tapping on them. It's brilliant. One of the best iPhone games of all time. I don't think that's even, like, debatable. Ridiculous Fishing fucking ruled. What other fishing games have I played? Sonic Adventure 1. Big the Cat. This is way better than Big the Cat. Yeah, I got it. Let's go ahead and sell everything. Don't know what this is, but okay. This is cool. This is nice. I think this is one of the better fishing games I played. Not that I played that many fishing games, but you know. I would like... Rusty onboard engine. Weird. It seems like... Alright, there we go. We got another engine, I guess. This is cool. Yeah. What other fishing games have I played? Other fishing games I have played. I mean, there's fishing minigames in a lot of games, you know, like Animal Crossing. I mean, I guess those are some of the best ones, honestly, like Animal Crossing, things of that nature. It's very cool to do Animal Crossing and to, like, you know, try to get all the fish. Stardew also has fishing as a gimmick, as like a mechanic. I feel like mostly when you're talking about best fishing, you're talking about mini games in otherwise non-fishing related games, which makes it hard to think about like explicitly fishing-based games that really compare, that are really comparable like that. But you know, I don't know. This has some really good vibes to it, and I do feel like I could really luxuriate in this and just, you know, catch fish. The minigame is good and solid. The secondary minigame of like arranging the blocks is satisfying. You like Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud 2s? I'm not familiar with Dark Cloud 2s. Is that like an RPG? Hey Lauren, how you doing? What's like the best other fishing game that I played? Like full-on fishing game. I honestly can't think of anything other than Ridiculous Fishing, which is extremely good and I really love the hell out of. I didn't play Maneater, the shark game where you play as a shark. Does that count as fishing? Does Echo the Dolphin count as fishing? What is that? I feel like Echo the Dolphin cannot count as fishing. That's not fishing. There was a movie I watched recently. What the fuck was it called? Where a character what the hell was that movie called? Where the guy just wanted to catch a fish, but another guy... Serenity 2019, yeah. I was wondering if it was Serenity 2019. That was Serenity 2019. That movie is really weird and kind of reminds me of this. That is a movie about a guy who has a boat and goes out and fishes and stuff, and also it gets weird in a completely different way than this one gets weird. Need a shallow rod. How do I know which one is for shallow? Oh, these both are for shallow. Okay, give me this. And, does this... I guess maybe you can only install these things in certain spots. Interesting. Best fishing games. Let's see. I'm just gonna Google real fast, and I don't have the thing set up to pull it on screen right now. I didn't restart the application for that before the stream. But best fishing games. Game Rant has an answer. I heard Game Rant is owned by that company what just acquired Polygon, and they are not well disputed, so I'm going to probably not read their crap because, you know, it is crap. Oh, hey, there's a whole system here of upgrades and stuff. I can improve this. Oh, I upgrade stuff and then it's available in store. I have to buy it. I'm just scrolling. It's mostly stuff like bass fishing, you know, normal ass fishing games that honestly I wouldn't be very interested in, like, at all. Like, ridiculous fishing and like a fishing game and a cozy game. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Ridiculous fishing is my answer to best fishing game, and it's not even close. I don't know a game that, like, really compares. This one, at least, is definitely in that, like, category, in that conversation, as far as, like, yeah, it has, like, some real stuff going on. I've come to fish. Now we got the shallows, so we can go fish in the shallows. I wonder if the minigame is going to be different for fishing in the shallows. When we caught a squid earlier, and that had a different minigame. Like, the timing mechanic was a little different. I wonder if this is going to be slightly different. I'm going to bet, no, it's not. Okay. I was going to bet yes, which shows what I know. I would have bet poorly. These shallow fish are so big. I guess in this game, it's a lot of it's like a time management thing, right? Where you're managing your time as much as you're managing your, like, as much as you're, like, you know, doing anything else. So, like, if a single fish takes longer, that's less... That's like less... Less time you have to fish, better style. I have no room for a threer. For a 3 right now. There we go. We made a little bit of room. Okay. Right now, I'm wasting a little time. But it's just time. So far, it's pretty mellow and chill, but also, you know, there's an ominous vibe. This is really fucking good. Now, I'll say again, like, one thing that I really find myself conflicted on in doing streams like this, where I try out a bunch of games I've never played, is I do feel like... Ah, good, I have both of them. I do feel like games like this, you know, they kind of demand, like, oh, this is good enough to play right now. I guess the other question I should ask is, like, should I get them on Switch? You know, like, one thing that makes a game much easier to play is just, like, if it's on Nintendo Switch, where I can just play it portable style, and don't have to worry. Don't have to, like, change the TV over to the Xbox. That's a whole annoying thing that you have to do. Okay, so we just learned that we can go salvage some stuff. I got enough to, like... No, I already upgraded my engine, or... Rather, I can go buy an upgrade thing from the person. A little confused. I have plenty of money. Oh, I'm in repair mode somehow. Don't have enough money for that. Okay, back out there. One thing I'm just really kind of conflicted on is just like, yeah, nah, this seems like a kind of game I could play, you know, I could go for. But like finding the time and like, you know, even if I am doing it as a podcast game, right? It's like, okay, well, it has to be a podcast where it's on the phone, not one that's on the TV. I kind of prefer putting things on the TV if, you know, the TV and Switch layout where you have the TV doing media and then you're looking down at the Switch. That's just perfect, and I wish... Weird going on over there? That's just a bottle over here. What the hell? Let's go to this town. This town is closer. This other town. There's an eye on the top there. That's a little bit concerning, isn't it? Trader. Purchase special trinkets. I don't got any. Just wait until dawn. Do you think you're supposed to just go through the nights, or are you supposed to just, like, sleep it off every night? I mean, we could try going through the night and seeing, like, if, you know, like, does that affect... Is there, like, a sanity system here? I've heard a lot about this game. I mean, I say I've heard a lot. I remember hearing a lot about this game. Most of it has escaped, you know, I've forgotten most of it, honestly. Other than, like, yeah, it's Lovecraftian. What should we play next? And how many more things can we play before I need to go to bed because it's a work night? We can maybe play 1-2 things. It's 12:30. How much more Dredge should we do? I feel like I got a pretty good idea about the loop. UFO 50 has a submarine game that honestly is kind of similar to this insofar as you, like, travel down, you kill some fish, you find some stuff, and you bring it back home to install it. Like, that's a similar loop to this, I feel like. Okay, I would like to get from her the improved outboard engine. Wait. So is the peculiar engine good or bad? So this one is plus 15, that one's plus 10. This one is plus 14. Okay. I should install, it should tell you, like, which one you're replacing. That would be better. Now, this rusty one can go to... Actually, just sell the fuckers. Okay. Let's look over here. Okay, so that's extra lights. So far, lights have not been very useful, but mostly been fishing during the day. So, you know, worth keeping in mind. Let's go a little farther aflung. Let's go looking for Rex. I'm feeling brave. We have a lots of we're coming along. I don't have the right equipment for sharks. You can also check out some other towns and see what's up. I say towns. This kind of doesn't look like a town. This looks like a house. A ruined mansion and a workshop. Okay, well, we'll just rest at the haunted mansion. Am I missing out by not you know, staying up late in this game and like going all night? Well, there's like a foghorn, spyglass. Interesting. Yeah, this seems really great. What's up with that? There's hearts coming out of that. I don't have what it takes to fish that. It's kind of a shame, like, it kind of seems like anything that, like, is different out there requires you to invest. But, you know, reinforces the loop, I guess. You know, it makes it so like, oh, you have things to do, things to unlock. You know, you want to access this new resource, you're going to have to put in the appropriate time. A husk. Interesting. Wood. Again, the Resident Evil 4 style inventory management. I'll say I've not played RE4, but I know of its inventory management by, like, you know, people talking about it forever. That's a good, that's good. I guess a weird thing about this, then, is that if you're going out for loot, you know, it's kind of not exactly productive to be grabbing fish on the way, just because, you know, if you can't sell them, you can't sell them. I can't fit that one. Maybe I could with some effort. Tell me some of these other ones have... Damn it. You take any of this stuff? Yeah, he would buy a old iron chain for $7. That's not enough. I mean, I could store all this crap. I'll just sort of do it like automatic style, which is kind of nice. And we have like more than enough space where it's not really, don't have to be that efficient with it. Let's just let time pass and see what night looks like. Do you have to always return to your original town? Is there a map? There is relaxed fishing mode. That makes it so that these are a lot of options for what is a lot of accessibility options. Good on them. Good on them. For what is a very simple game with like not that much you know, it's not complicated to do any of these things. I don't mean that to be like a slam. Give me 12 hour. 24 hours doesn't make sense to my head. And give me Imperial. Doesn't make a difference, you know, it's not you know, I don't know how many feet in a mile. I just know a mile is a lot. Mile is when you're going 60 miles an hour. A mile is what you do in a minute. What is that red light? Let's find out what's up with that red light. And maybe enjoy some spooky night stuff here in Dredge. And then, you know, maybe we'll move on to Rock. Did that... Hello. Oh, crap. I don't think that's a magic rock. I think that's just visibility. I think that's just a visibility gimmick. I thought that was a magic rock, so I thought, like, let me, like, touch it a little bit. Did I just see... There's red eyes all around. Eyes in the darkness. Oh, I don't have the right equipment for this spot. It's getting real late. Getting real spooky. I can barely see shit. Yeah, maybe it is best that you rest while you can. This is cool though. You know, I'm sure like one of the loops, one of the things. Something slithers into your cargo hold? What? Oh no! Get rid of it. Also, I see, in addition to like damaging equipment, you have like 3 ticks of damage that you can that you have. Oh, the sun is coming up. There's like some chromatic aberration going on. Okay, so lesson number 1, don't take damage. You're gonna be like real fucking sore if you end up you know, if you do, considering that your ship will be very, very, very slow. A fisherman. Okay, I guess I'll take an item, a package. Leviathan's probably doesn't, The courier, it squelches blithely as you take it in. Dark fluid. Now, I'm not supposed to be transporting live goods, but, yeah. That is worrisome. I'll say I don't know where I'm going. Is there a good way to know where you're going? I went exploring, and, now I don't know how to get back to shore. Should we save and quit? Does it save and quit? How does this work? I haven't seen a dock in so long. And I don't know, like... Is that a whirlwind? It's about 12:45. That's enough, that is enough dredge for now. Let's, maybe go to the next game. Okay, how many more games do we have in us? It's 12:45, it's pretty late. Blizzard Arcade Collection is really tempting. I haven't done Fusion Frenzy yet. I feel like I'm gonna bet that Flock is something lighthearted and gameplay-y. Wait, no, I just said I was putting it in on I'm gonna do it. I just said I would, so I'm going to. But I think it did say that whoopsie daisy. Flock. I'm not sure, like, if this... From the looks of it, it kind of reminds me of that game, Ho-Hokum. That's the game that comes to mind when I see, this. So, yeah, let's do it. Y'all good? Y'all good. Okay. Flock. It's Annapurna. That's a good sign. How's the audio? How's the audio? Seems fine. Let's go. Create a new character. Guy. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Okay. Something with no hat. And good hair. That's a good design. Let's go with that, sure. What is this game? Flock. Is it like Flower? Is it like... Oops. I hit the unmute on my my phone on my own stream. It's good to know that it's all working. Flock, what's the fuck? What is this? Just avoid obstacles with your bird. Okay. You do not control the height. You just sort of fly. Okay. Kind of does give Flower vibes. I never played Flower. It came out before I had a PlayStation 3. And I don't know, like, when I did, it didn't strike me as, like, an essential game to go back to. What is this game, anyway? Just fly around? Oh, final thoughts on Dredge? Fucking good. Yeah, that's like a 5 out of 5. I don't know if I... You know, maybe a 4 out of 5 if I penalized it for my own mistakes and impatience. You know, going out there and getting lost. But, nah, that's, you know... I know I did that to myself.
Hey.
Hey.
It's so late. I just want to play game. I don't want to hear story. I understand that, you know... It's so late, we've been going for so long, we've seen so many games. It's interesting that you just fly around and the bird automatically just, like, you know, interprets your direction in a way that makes sense. You know, whether that's going through obstacles. Like, I gotta say, like, it's a good feeling, flying thing, you know? If you put this... Here's my thoughts on Flock. Okay, so you can see, it seems like what you do is you fly around, and, you know, your bird sort of just, like, automatically flies up or down, and you just point it in a direction and maybe try to, like, steer it through rings or something like so. I feel like if this was the map screen of, like, a JRPG, it would be excellent. You know, if this is like, okay, this is you getting into the epoch, and you fly around like this, that would be, like, the coolest Chrono Trigger... I don't know, like, if you did a sequel to Chrono Trigger, if you would have the epoch in it. But you know what I mean, right? Like, that would be, like, the coolest traversal mode in a Chrono Trigger type game. If it's just the whole game, though, I am skeptical. Like, that can be interesting. Apparently, there's side quests to do. Like, finding wild creatures. Okay. Oh, here's some. Yeah, it's a little slug guy with a mouth. It's a Buell. Kind of reminds me of Cubivore. Cubivore has like a, that's a basking Buell. Has like a, whole bestiary thing, and that's a very different game to be clear. I mean, a lot of games have bestiaries, but there's something weird about this one, and there's something weird about that one. So you just wander around and identify creatures? Does tree count? No, tree does not count. Oh, hey, there's another one. A rooster strudel. A tiny little rooster guy. Now that's a glebe. That's a glebe if I ever saw one. They all have wings or feathery penances. Probably cousins of your bird. Hides in long grass. That one. Ow. Oh, that's really chicken-like. Just has the chicken top. This is cute and wholesome and like, you know, like shit, man. I feel like a lot of the games we played tonight have had production values out the wazoo, you know, fantastic looking games that are like beautiful to behold, and this is no exception. This is a beautiful ass game that feels good to play. I do wonder if it's like, you know, I don't know, enough? What are these? What the hell? A cosmet. This would be the blue-tailed. Fin tips are blue, no. Yellow tipped. Oh, also X seems to actually, I'm not sure, like X seemed to make the bird jump, but not certain. Oh, Hokum was a great game. I could go for, you know, there's a lot of games that I could do just random revisit streams at some point. Hokum definitely should be on the list. Because it was a hell of a thing, you know? That's just a sheep. Heh. Don't even have to, identify that one. Thieves incoming? What the hell? Is this... Is there action in this game? This kind of makes me think of Bug Snacks a little bit. I don't know if that's like a reasonable comparison, but that's sort of what I'm reminded of right now. So there's some burgling views. Let's search for burgling views in the meadow. Is that chicken? Very nice. This way. Let's find out what's up with the burgling views, and then maybe, let's find out what's going on with this, and maybe we'll, move on to one last game, and we'll try to pick a good one, you know, to end on. I could pick a good one, or I could pick Fusion Frenzy. A good hard yank. All right. The whistle for Buse. How do I do that? There's a Buell. What? I don't understand that at all. Okay, now I got some Buells following me. I don't get it. I don't get it. Know what I did differently there. Okay. I got 3 Buells. Here you go, Jane. Yeah, let's relax. Let's sit down. And I'll look around. I did. I looked around a bit. It was very pretty. I didn't see nothing.
Ooh.
Something in the clouds nearby. Tree? Oh.
Ooh.
Let's see what's up with that, and then we'll call it for this game. And then we'll have one more. Oh, I think that was it for that. Oh shit! The clouds receded, and it turns out there's like a whole country beneath them. Okay. That's pretty cool.
Oh.
So, like, maybe over time, like, the clouds continue to recede, and you see more and more of the country. More and more of, like, the game world. You know, pretty soon you're, like, going up into this area. There's no map or anything, right? Yes, there is a map. And, continues to be updated, presumably. And, like, shows you what's what, layer by layer. Well, this seems cool. This seems chill. It seems very, very, like, what's the word? Straightforward. Nice. I can tell it's a Cosmet. Horizontal, no. Greater spotted Cosmet? Does that count as a spot? No. Nose is a different color to the body. Yeah, pink-nosed. I think this is a solid 4 out of 5. That is my snap decision. That feels right to me. We've done 8 games tonight. Let's find a nice good should we do 9 or 10? We can do a good... Is there any, like, obvious good games that are left over? Oopsie daisy. Groups? Okay, here we go. Are there any obvious, probably really good games left over? I bet that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game is fine, but I don't really care for beat 'em ups, and also I didn't play the first one. I feel like that would be one that we would want to do earlier if we were going to do it. Still Wakes the Deep. Isn't that the game where you, like, step over puddles and stuff? That game looked really dumb. I feel like that's one we do in the middle of a stream, not the end of a stream. What's a good one to end on? Something simple that we can just enjoy for a bit. Look at and go, okay, thanks. Moving on. Good night. Star Trucker? I feel like Star Trucker could be either really good or really bad. Rage 2, Joyride Turbo, Asphalt, Clone Drone in the Danger Zone. Is it cheating if I look and see, like, what they look like? That one doesn't look bad. All you need is help is some sort of co-op bullshit. Feeding Frenzy is some sort of classic. Is Mythrack the one where from the Nintendo Direct? No, it looks... That's definitely not. Anno is some sort of boat game. What's a good one to end on? What's Wild Frost? It's like a card builder. What's Genesis Noir? I don't want an adventure game. I want an adventure game right now. I want something with some nice, snappy combat. Or something funny. You know what? I got it. I got it. Okay. It's Turnip Boy robs a bank. Turnip Boy robs a bank. That'll be our closer. Okay, great. I've heard of this game. I've heard people say good things about Turnip Boy. Or maybe, you know, I don't know about this game versus like another one in the series. This one's the one on GamePass. Turnip Boy robs a bank. Okay, this is a later one than the original one. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. But it should be, I assume it's just as good. Details of the YouTube details changed. Let's, and the Twitch as well, I believe. Yes. Turnip Boy robs a bank. That's the next game. That's the last game of the night. I don't know what this game is, but I have heard people saying really good things. They say it's very funny, or they say the previous one is very funny. I'm not clear. Let's go. No, I have not. I have not played the first game. Okay, you should go play it, dipshit, says the game. Well, let me just... Is it on Game Pass? If the other one was on Game Pass, I would download it right now. It's not. It's money. Okay. See, well, look. One of them is free and one of them is not. I'm gonna play the one that's free. See? Come on. Okay. There's battles in this game? Wait, which one did it default to? This is a silly thing to clip, just to check. But I gotta pick the default. It defaulted to B. It defaulted to B, okay. If B is the default, then D is the default, and that's what we're going with. Okay, let's go. Cat eyes in the darkness. How's the volume, by the way? Volume check. Give us a little more game volume. Little more. Let's crank it. Maybe it's been low for a while now, I don't know. I like to play it safe sometimes. Oh, that's loud. Take it down, take it down. What's options here? This is, this is 3x4. How about that? Is the whole game? Why not? Dedicated to Toast, the queen of Fort Fatass. That would be the cat of the, thing. 2 days after killing a god. You kill a god in the first game? 1 day after a civil war that broke out as a result. Oh boy. Is that the dead god? This is a bad time. Come and meet me if you want the deets. I'm to the right. Hey, hey. Probably wondering why I called you here. The Turnip Peachos, owned by your father Don, and the Pickle Gang have been fighting forever. I don't break tradition easy, but I can see in your beady, unchanging eyes that you don't trust me. Just hear me out. Turnip Head. Turnip Head? It's Turnip Boy, right? Ever since you defeated that egomaniac Mayor Onion, Veggieville has fallen into war. Into the ruin. There's war, infighting, tax fraud. There's only one thing to do. To use that opportunity to make money. Our reputation precedes us. Killing God, tax evasion, whole nine. Let's make that bag! Is that a thing? I've heard that said. I don't know if, like, people say that or if it's just, like, stock criminal talk. I don't know. I like it, though. I like it when characters say that. Let's go rob a bank. Okay, so I have a sword. I can dash. Trigger is my attack. It sort of looks like a top-down Zelda type game. That's cool. Like I said, never played the first one. Dialogue's pretty charming. Shake him down with A. These are the dummies. How's the volume now, by the way? It can go up a little bit, I think. Yeah, let's just give it a little bit more. A little bit more. This good? Yeah. Just fine. Swap between with X. Tripping through those lasers like a pro. Your dodge is a trip. That's fun. That's good. Let's do it! Let's rob a bank! That's right. Low-life pickle. So a pickle is like a pickled cucumber, right? So like, is that like a process? Do you start, are you... I don't know, maybe this is something weird to think about. Give me your money! Give me your money! Give me your money! Oh, there's a timer. We're on a timer here. I don't know that we can necessarily, like, stop to, shake down every fool that we see. Should we be talking to everyone? I'm pretty sure this is more of a dumbass joke game than like a serious game. So I'll say like it doesn't like play super well, you know? Like the combat is definitely not the best combat we've seen tonight. Probably not the second best even, you know, but okay. It looks like there's a bunch of side quests that you can do in the 2 minutes that you have. Is this like a... I don't want to say Dead Rising as like an example, but is this like a... You know, you repeat the 3-minute heist and every time you do a bunch of dumbass side quests? That's fun. This is a very charming game. Oh, you can do right stick aiming. That's much easier than just doing it based on the direction of your left stick. Okay. Hey. The painter, I need to pay her. Give me a second.
Congratulations.
I found exposure bucks. Worth nothing. That's exactly, what the painter wanted, I'm pretty sure. It. Pulling in rookie numbers. Being stuck in that pickle jar as long as we had really changed your perspective on things. Oh, is it like jail is the pickle jar and with the vinegar and it pickles them over time? Maybe you don't start off as a pickle. That's like basically being an ex-con in this world. Not sure if that... Okay, well. Alright. This is the foyer. This guy... Everyone's basically saying, like, yeah, fucking come back later, dude. We're not ramping up that fast. The banana. Have I been kidnapped? I don't know. I can buy things. I don't have that much money. I don't even have enough for a laser pointer. So, how does this work? Is every day the same quests? Is it like randomly generated? In any case, regardless of what happens, you only have a few minutes, so, you know, make the most of it. One more run? No, this run will be over in like 3 minutes. What time is it? It's 1:20. We could do one more run after this. And, this run and another run. I don't know if you, like, get time extensions or something. If you do, maybe, you know, that might be longer than like, we're biting, you know, than we're, like, bargaining for. Okay, blue lasers are off. Is this what we're looking for? Statue of... President man? Bank guy? Apparently not. I gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm right. I understand. Yeah, I need to get a... We need to break into this bank. Okay, so we need C4. We need C4. I don't think I have enough money for that. Near enough. Exposure bucks. I gotta figure something out now here. Take this extra hat. Okay. That's nice. I mean, I guess these aren't like, you know, a lot of these you're not getting anything for it, so what the fuck, right? But that's fine. I think the woo-woo is every time that it's like hitting a minute. Alright. Boop, 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 boop. You know, based on what I've heard about the game and the first game and like the details on like how that all worked, I'm sure this is a game of escalation, right? Where, you know, at the start of the first game, you're just committing tax evasion, and at the end, apparently, you kill a god and start a civil war, and you know, this game is just like, oh yeah, we're robbing a bank. I'm sure, like, oh, Cthulhu is behind. You know, there's gonna be a whole fucking weirdo situation to be found. I got a fish! Oh, we need to get out of here. Oh, crap. Bah. Lost half my money again. I didn't realize that the getaway was a part of this. One more run and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, so it'll interesting photos or just photos? Pretty sure I still don't have enough money. I can get a laser pointer. Sure, give me a fucking laser. I don't know. What does a laser pointer do? I just spent a bunch of money on, okay. Oh, and the other guy wants something. Weapon rack. Okay, so I can switch out. My weapons. Apparently I didn't get to keep the fish. I mean, I did die. Last run. Let's go. Let's do it. One more run. I would... This seems like perfectly good time to start, like, making last thoughts. This game seems like a bit of fun. If there's one thing that holds it back, it's that the gameplay is a little bit booty. You know, to a certain point, that feels like it's part of the humor. You know, just like... Or maybe just like a... No, I need to get the hang of just using twin stick controls, whereas, you know, if you just like... If you just let him sword in the direction he's running, it's gonna feel weird and shitty, whereas if you use... Okay, it's better... The fighting is better if you use twin stick controls. I'll say that. I'll say that. Hey. Take it a little bit lower. It's definitely better if you use twin stick controls. If you, you know, focus on it and really, you know, do a good job. I'm thinking 4 out of 5 is where I land on this, you know. I'll say all these Game Pass streams always have me, like, you know, giving impromptu scores, and I'll say, like, a lot of these games I'm probably never gonna play again. And, like, I'm backlogged. When I get to them, I absolutely need to give them a review, which means that I need to give them a number, which, very likely will be the one that I say today. But, you know, I'll sleep on it. And also, like, I'm years behind present day, but I'll say I've been working on that recently, so maybe one day soon, like, I'll be reviewing games, and I say reviewing games as if it's, like, as a reviewer, like, no, I'll be putting personal reviews for, you know, for, what's the word? Hey, that's worth a pretty penny. For, like, what's the word? Posterity. There we go. And, I think that's fun to do. Backlogged is a thing where anyone can review their games and put in a nicely organized place. I like it a lot. Another C4 situation. We don't got any. So, you know, out we go. This time, let's take the car out. What's with this? Oh, I can't go over there. It's out of reach. The door, the front door. Yay! Oh, it's doubled? Okay. So you can, like, upgrade your stats and stuff. That's cool. That's good stuff. This game seems pretty good. That'll do it. Well, folks. Stream's over, basically. This is the end of the stream. It's time now to sit back and review. I'm gonna make myself... Should I make myself large, or... I'm covering up... Actually, if I scroll down, the higher games sort of appear, and you can see them around me. I'll just be small, and then I'll maybe be big when the schedule comes up. That makes more sense. Folks, it is time now to end the stream, but before we do, let's look back on the 9 games that I tried for the first time tonight and sort of give my initial impressions and a, like, score. I'll say like everything tonight was solid. I'll say that first up. Everything, I believe, I would rate above 2 out of 5. Everything was a 3 out of 5, a 4 out of 5, or a 5 out of 5, which is pretty good. There was no shit. Perhaps, that's on me not playing some shit, but let's review. Okay, Doom. Fucking cool. Fucking great. Didn't play the last 2 games, not really. Skipped the second one and bounced off the first one, but Doom Dark Ages seems really cool, seems really fun. It's very easy to pick up, and it's just full of badass shit. I am perhaps most impressed by that game of all games tonight. So suffice it to say, I'm going to be continuing this one off stream for sure. That is a banger right there. Doom the Dark Ages is 5 out of 5, and perhaps even, also a contender for, like, the top 10 of the year. It's that good, it's S tier as these things go. Patrick Star game, I don't know what I was expecting. It wasn't really a 3D platformer. Instead, it was sort of a crap sandbox game that admittedly had a very, 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 very well rendered bikini bottom. Like, I am super impressed by how good that game looks. Too bad it didn't have voice synced. The lip flaps were not synced to the voice acting, which was distracting. But, like, it's kind of cool to run around Bikini Bomb and go like, oh yeah, look at that. There's the hand world, the glove world. What the fuck was that place called? I'm gonna say a 3 out of 5. It's tempting to say a 2 out of 5 just on account of, like, yeah, I don't know, I wouldn't see myself, the gameplay is just so mediocre. I could see a 2 out of 5 for that, actually. I'm gonna say it's either a 2 out of 5 or a 3 out of 5. I do think, for me, it gets a lot of value out of, like, how good it looks and how you could just run around and see basically the entire setting of SpongeBob SquarePants. Like, it is a really amazing bikini bottom, and that game, I think, works as, like, like the Assassin's Creed, where it's like, oh, hey, just, like, run around the world and take in the history. Like, I feel like Patrick Star game kind of works on that account, but not as a game, I don't think. Crime Scene Cleaner kind of felt like a offbeat, it's a little bit story heavy, a little bit, like, tedious, I guess, and a little bit, like, janky version of, like, a Power Wash sim, where, like, you have to clean a whole crime scene, and if you mess up, you mess up, and you can end up, like, leaving a body behind, trailing blood everywhere. All those stuff made it a little more fiddly and a little bit more of a bother than I would like. I kind of like in Power Wash Simulator that you just, like, you can only make progress and that's it, and it's as simple as that. Whereas Crime Scene Cleaner has some like, nuance it has no business of having. Honestly, I was thinking 4 out of 5, but let's say I somewhere between a 3 out of 5 and a 4 out of 5 for me. It's nowhere near as good as Power Wash, which isn't a crime. A lot of games aren't as good as Power Wash. A lot of 4 out of 5s aren't as good as Power Wash because Power Wash is a 5 out of 5. So that makes sense. But I also found like the story to be a little bit like, yeah, too much. Just cleaning. And everything that it asks you to do is just a little bit too much of a pain in the ass. Just a little too much. Revenge of the Savage Planet. Honestly, I didn't hate it. I really liked the setting and the story. The writing was pretty good. Um, I liked the whole FMV stuff that's in there. The fact that it's a survival game really is the part that I struggle with. Like every time it's like, okay, now every time in that tutorial that we did basically, where it's like, okay, now run around and get some aluminum, and it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't wanna. Maybe like on stream is the wrong place for survival games like that. Maybe a game like that is something that you play like a Minecraft, just while you're watching something and not really thinking about it. But then if you're not thinking about it, how are you going to know what resources you're supposed to be going after? It's a little bit much. It's got stuff to think about. I don't know. I didn't hate the way that it plays, but it's really not for me. 3 out of 5. I could go as high as a 4 out of 5, but I would really have to be convinced that, like, it's a very colorful game. I think it has a lot of charm to it, personality. I would have to be convinced to weigh that really heavily in its favor to get it up to a 4 out of 5. On the fence there. Shady Part of Me was not the game I thought it was, but it was better than the game I thought it was. And also, it was a little bit of Braid as well. It was like Braid mixed with that game where you platform over like shadows based on the perspective and lighting situation going on, and you sort of solve some like puzzles in order to like traverse. That game's really fucking good. I think that that's phenomenal, or not, maybe not phenomenal, but like it's better than Braid. And I'm pretty sure it's better than that other game that I thought it was that I never played, where you play with perspective or something. It had like a really effective, like beautiful art style, nicely unfolding story that was kind of, effective. Um, Shady Part of Me is a 5. I think that's a 5 out of 5. I think that there's nothing wrong with that. Nine Souls, I feel like this is another game where it's not for me, but it really feels like it deserves points for charm and personality. The look is amazing, the story is decent, and then you get into it and it's like, and it feels kind of good to run around in. And then you get into the actual game and it's like, okay, well, here's a bad guy, you're gonna have to parry them and like kill them, and then there's another bad guy and you're gonna have to parry them and kill them, and just rinse repeat until you get to the next bonfire, I guess. Oh, you died, start over. And it's just like, this isn't doing it to me in the same way that like Hollow Knight Hollow Knight does. I think I gotta go 3 out of 5 for Nine Souls, just because it kind of bores me. I give it a lot of points for the charm and the personality and like the look. Dredge has the makings of a 5 out of 5. It's a mellow fishing game that seems to have a sinister underbelly that's really, I had no time to really dredge up during this stream where I tried out 8 other games. But it seems really cool. It has a good solid loop and also some mystery, which I would love to get to the bottom of if I had the time for it. A question I should ask myself of every game that I'm saying that about. Will it be on Switch 2, and should I just fucking buy it on Switch 2 and play it portably while watching stuff? That would make it a lot easier, I'm always looking for games to play on Switch specifically, while watching stuff, because it's so convenient. Whereas, like, Xbox, it's like, it's a whole pain in the ass to switch over. It seems great. I would love to play more. I don't know I have time between Doom and Expedition 33, Clair Obscure. I'm pretty much done with Blueprints. And is there anything else that's coming out? Is out? No, pretty much nothing until Switch 2, I don't think. Flock seems wholesome, seems neat. It is fun to fly around. It seems mellow. I think it is swell. I didn't get the part. There's some things in there I don't quite get quite yet, but it seems pretty swell, and I like the way that the world continues. The world expanded at the end of our time with it, and that seemed pretty cool. I would give it a 4 out of 5. I think that is my judgment. And finally, Turnip Boy robs a bank. 4 out of 5? Yeah, 4 out of 5. Funny, charming, promising, massive depth as far as, like, you're gonna see some wacky shit probably as you get deeper and deeper into the bank, into the depths of it, the bowels of it, whatever the fuck. I bet there's some really good humor to be uncovered. Gameplay-wise, it's pretty mid, and I feel like that's the part that holds it back and, puts it at a 4 out of 5, It has the feel of like a game that someone made as a joke. Because it's a game someone made as a joke, I guess is the long and short of it. So yeah, there we go. 5 out of 5. 3 out of 5 or 2 out of 5. 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. 5 out of 5. 3 out of 5. 5 out of 5, 4 out of 5, 4 out of 5. Those are the 9 games that we played. Let's look to end. Let's look to end. I'm gonna make myself real big. And I'll pull up the old schedule. Yes, that's right. So then, I'll be back tomorrow with viewer levels at the normal time. Take it down a notch. Take it down a notch, Doom. You're very cool, but yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central for viewer levels. We'll be doing it all lightning round style, which does mean it'll be a little quicker than normal. I'm wanting, we did a 6-hour stream tonight. Around about a 6-hour stream tonight. We're gonna do like a 10-hour stream on Saturday. So I'm thinking like the viewer levels tomorrow will be more of an abbreviated affair. Maybe like 2-3 hours tops. Which doesn't sound abbreviated, but for this channel it is. Hoping for 2. Hoping for like 2.5. That'd be my my goal for tomorrow. But we'll see. That'll be fun. That'll be viewer levels, all lightning round, and that'll be the last viewer levels in a while due to the LASIK, which will be next week. I'm going to be out for LASIK next week. But before then, there's the birthday stream, Saturday, turning 35, and I'm going to do Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, switching games every 5 lives. That'll be a big, long stream. I'm looking forward to it. That's just a concept I've done many times before. And also, it is always fun to do a big, long stream. Hell yeah. Then after that, I'll have a few days to myself, as you do usually. Usually I don't do 3 streams in a row, 3 days in a row. But I'll be back for one last time before I go do LASIK and get my eyes lasered off. I'll be back on next Tuesday at 8 p.m. for some Mario Builder 64, which is a 3D, like Mario 64 level-making mod where people have made levels, and I've downloaded like 100 of them. Also, if you have some for me, I will be open to submissions, I think. But I'll say it's probably going to be weird to like actually download them, so maybe just like one set of submissions, and then we close the queue, download them all, and play them, I guess. I don't know. We'll see what happens on next Tuesday. If I'm just playing the ones that I downloaded, that's fine too. I got more than enough to like get the breadth and variety in Mario Builder. After that, like a week from now, I'll be getting my eyes lasered, and then I'll be recovering from that until like middle of next week, of the week after that. At which point, regular viewer level streams, normal length, will resume, and then there'll be a Switch launch shortly after that, which the Switch 2 launch, which will be exciting, which will be fun. I'm curious now if like that first stream will go okay, me getting a midnight launch. Will I be able to download the updates and Mario Kart and everything else I need to do a stream, or will the stream basically just be like, yeah, I'm unboxing the thing and now we're downloading? How about that? Shit. Maybe I'll see if I can get that one welcome tour downloaded first, like I don't know. If Mario Kart is big, then maybe it might be harder to download than something small like Welcome Tour. They should have packed that on. Not selling anything anyone ever doesn't already know. Thanks for joining me and hanging out a bit, folks. Let me see who is online, who I can send you to. Plastic Bags is playing Rocket League. I'll send you there. That's fine. Haven't raided Plastic Bags in a while. That's a good raid to do. Let me pull it up on my end so I can watch the raid go down. Perfect. Well, folks, I'll see you tomorrow for a hopefully smaller, shorter stream. In between these big two massive streams, and then I will see you again on Saturday for the birthday stream, which I will say doesn't, you can watch it even if you don't. You can watch it even if you don't care for birthdays. It's evergreen. This is a stream concept that'll be good as a VOD after the birthday stream ends. Those are two great games, and the gimmick is solid, proven. It's a proven gimmick. Used it a bunch of times. It's been fun every time. I'm really looking forward to that. All right. Well, that sums it up. That about does it. I'll see you then tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central. Look forward to it. Bye, folks. That's a stream. Alright, we're offline, right? Oh, we're not. Well, I hit the button. Oh, there's two buttons. Okay. Well, bye, folks. For real this time. I'll see you tomorrow and Saturday and Tuesday, and then not for a while. Bye!